Ready? All right. Going to call to order today's budget hearing of the Finance Committee for the City of Jackson. Want to welcome everybody. Actually, let me correct. We're not calling to order. The council now stands out of recess. And we went in recess yesterday approximately around 2:30. At this time, there's some requests that the council has. Do we have that information? Did the clerk make sure that there was notice that went out that we were out of recess at 10 o'clock? I know I announced it publicly. Is there a reason why we can't really start this meeting and get into it without that department being here with the information we requested? All right. Colleagues, anything to say? Go ahead, Councilman Foote.
I mean, it'd be better if they were here, but I'll go ahead and, I got my new budget book here that has more details in it. So I've had a chance to go through and look at some of the stuff. And one of the areas that strikes me as particularly interesting is the Public Works Department, because, you know, they've split and now the Water and Sewer Department, part of the Public Works, are over at Jackson Water. So there was some discussion yesterday on the amount of money that was budgeted for payroll. So I was going through the budget and I get to page one, starts on, Public Works starts on, let's see, excuse me, 149, but if you get all the way down to 172 and 173 is some summation numbers there. And what you see is striking is that you've got a number of salary lines in different parts of the Public Works where it was budgeted for, like on page 172, $307,000 in salary, and so far this year, which is 10 months into the year, the end of July, we'd only paid out $52,000 in salary. So, but they still have $307,000 budgeted for next year. So that's, you go through 10 months and you only spend $52,000 on salaries. Why is there a budget of $307,000 for next year? And likewise, if you go down to the next page on 173 is really striking. This is total, the total water/sewer operations and maintenance, of course, which are being run by Jackson Water now. So if you go, I'll just go across this line. In the 2023, when the city still was controlling the water sewer system for part of the year, it was $5,099,000. And then 2024, the original budget was $3.865 million. And then the revised budget was that same amount, $3.865,304. So far this year, 10 months into the year, we had spent less than half of that money, only $1.703676, or $1,703,000. So we'd only spent 44% of the money budgeted of the 3.865. Now that's no doubt because the Jackson Water's, you know, running that now, and they're paying. We may have still some payroll involved, but that's a dramatic drop. Okay. But we still have budgeted for this coming year $3,570,000. So the question you got to ask is, why are we budgeting $3,570,000 when for 10 months we've only spent $1.703 million? So I did some stubby pencil work here. So based on the current spend rate for the first 10 months, the 12 months we should have spent $2,044,000. So my question to the administration is, why are we budgeting $3.57 million when we're only going to spend this year right at $2,044,000? So that's $1,500,000 over what our current spend rate is. Some of that money that we're spending may be payroll that hopefully we're getting them reimbursed. And that's one of the things I want to ask the administration is, where in our budget do we show the money coming in for reimbursement? Where does that show up in the budget? It should show up as revenue somewhere where we're getting paid back for invoices we submit. So this is, to me, strikes me as money that might be available for payroll elsewhere in the city. Perhaps, fire, police, or whatever. So that's one point I wanted to now I haven't had a chance to look through some of the numbers and all. Thank you, Mr. President.
No, thank you. That was in line with one of the questions that we proposed yesterday. Hopefully, in this packet we just received, we can see that. Was this given to the clerk electronically? You have it electronically? They're getting it to you now. Let's make sure that Mr. Grizel gets a copy and Stokes' office gets a copy. All right, and so to stay on that question, it says proposed budget and water sewer divisions, why? And it says see attachment. It just says see attachment, so I'm looking to the attachment for number 9. That's in line with your question.
Page 9?
Nah, I don't think it's a necessary page. You just got to look for it. Just for the public notice, we were just given this information, and we're just getting the opportunity to kind of scan through it. So that's why there's not a lot of talking and asking questions going on right now.
What is the question that, if number 9 is the answer, what's the question?
The question is, why is that 3.7 million allocated when it put in our budget when it should?
This is closer to the $2,044,000 I suggested we probably be paid for the full year. But that doesn't explain why the budget's 2.5 million. I guess these are all just payroll numbers.
Is anybody here that can answer Mr. Foot's question?
Yeah, put it this way.
Yeah.
Let me frame it a different
So,
way.
so this question, the 1.9 million on this sheet, all that's employed by Jackson Water?
No, I don't think so.
Brandon Jackson, budget manager. Everyone that's on this sheet right here are people that are still being paid out of our system that are supposed to be with Jackson Water.
I'm listening to your wording. All these people on this sheet are still on our payroll that are supposed to be getting paid by Jackson Water.
based on the stipulated order, which I'm not privy to all of the information, but in the stipulated order, we were still supposed to pay a part of their salaries, and Jackson Water pays an additional part.
And so what happens if they're not working for Jackson Water and their name is on here? If we were to get with Mr. Henniford and do a comparison, and he said he doesn't have these employees, then what, where are we? Where does that put us?
Okay, so let me ask, can I ask you?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so if these are all, let's assume for the sake of discussion that
Yeah.
these people are all still working at Jackson Water, okay? And so the total payrolls, if I understand this correctly, is $1,904,000 that the city's paying. So my question is, or it begs the question, how much have we been reimbursed? And where does that show up in our budget?
And where are the invoices that we sent over?
If you look on page 21, 031 4698.
Wait. Page 21 in our budget book?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Give me a chance to get there.
That's where that revenue is budgeted to come back into.
Okay, let's see.
Page 21. 21.
Okay, on my budget book, all I see is negative numbers. You got the negative 3,570,617.
And revenue negative is, the revenues are negative, the expenses are positive. That's how
Okay.
you zero out.
So this shows, actual budget 650,000. So we've been paid in 650,000?
You're on page 21?
Page 21. I'm showing 24 actual, 650.
That's how much has been reimbursed
So we've been reimbursed 650,000 of, I assume, is it right to assume we're supposed to be reimbursed 1.9 million
for the whole year.
for the whole year? So
That's just a snapshot picture of when they rolled the system of what had been collected at that moment.
All
10
right.
year, for 10 months. It should be for
No,
10 months.
this is probably through July.
That's what I'm saying, 10 months.
Yeah, okay.
From
Is it through
October 1 so do we have we properly invoiced them, so we've got another 1.3 million coming in? Is that correct?
They are reimbursing us for the salaries of those employees. We pay them out, we invoice them every month.
Okay.
And so far, that is what he has been paying. That's the only thing that he has given us back.
Okay, so do you have a record of how much we've invoiced?
Yes, I do.
How much is that? Do you know that?
I can send it
No,
to you.
What?
give us the invoices.
Oh, we can look at the invoice.
Yeah,
too.
yeah, just
I'd be
give us the
curious.
invoices. And at this point, I know that we were trying to do this without looking at the names, but it seems like there's, the thing is, what if there is a debate that he does not have this many employed, and here, let's say it's 20-some names, and he only provides 9 names? Then there's some ghost jobs or some ghost people that are on this. And, and we're just talking about 1.9 million. We're not talking about the other million and so that equals the 3.7 that are in salary lines, but was said that it could be used to deal with past due invoices. And, I don't think at any point,
Yeah,
listen.
that was just, that was in the rollover, and they didn't reduce them down. That was just a mistake. They should have been reduced down.
It should have been
because it
reduced
was
down.
and that was from last year, and we still had sewer when we did the budget. We wasn't sure if it was going to Jackson Water. So that's why those budgets are so high. That's just a mistake, that those lines should have been lowered.
And it
Now,
should
which
not
lines
have
you
been.
talking about? Wait a minute.
It should not have
She's
been
talking
3.
about the 3.7 million
Okay.
total of all those
3.5.
salaries. She's saying that it should only show 1.9,
Good.
but
okay.
but somewhere someone decided to put the rest of it in those salary lines. We'll get to the who in
Okay.
later.
All right.
And
All right.
actually, what is on the sheet, Mr. Banks, also includes, Central Supply, and he will not be paying for them in 2025. So, I mean, the invoices I can give you, will have them on there, but going forth October, he will not continue to pay for them.
Well, is that because they're not using their services?
They were using, supplies out of Central Supply. They were supposed to reimburse us for everything they got out of there. So they agreed to pay for those, employees, but knew that they would pretty much have everything out of there by the end of 24. They
Okay.
wouldn't have any more supplies out there. And so that he just agreed to pay for them through 24.
The Central Supply, is that something out by the water plants? Where,
It's out at Michael Avalon.
what's Michael Avalon? So they've got supplies for other parts of the city, not just the water plants and sewer plants.
All right.
Okay.
Colleagues, there is a whole lot more that we need to do and dig into here. There's a whole lot to me that still does not make sense. And I think that we do need to move, and I think that there are some things that we're not going to be able to get to until we get some explanation in executive session. And discuss some personnel issues as well. So it is helpful. But colleagues, my thinking is the $3.7 million that is in water and sewer, all of it. I'm thinking of making a motion to take that $3.7 million and put it in a line item in legal, pending an investigation, verifying employees, et cetera, et cetera. And since it is under a stipulated order and agreement, then I think that legal should be tasked with the verification process of what's going on here. Because, you know, one exclamation that there's past due invoices, and I find it hard, well, it should be hard to believe that we got past due invoices from 2 years ago, as it was stated. But the other thing is the uncertainty of the verification of these employees that's still on loan from the city, that's equaling 1.9. I'm not clear on that. And I'm on the mind of making a motion to put it into legal for it not to be touched until there's a verification and pending investigation by this body. Yes.
Okay, so I think this is probably a quick phone call. I mean, I don't know that it would take very long to get this information to verify it with Mr. Hennepin. I'm hoping it wouldn't. Anyway, my concern, the clock is ticking, and my sense is we need this money to use it. And this is enterprise funds, right?
No, it can't be. We ain't collecting. There is no enterprise for water and sewer.
So this is general fund.
It has to be.
All right, so we could use the funds that have been budgeted for something else, right?
Yeah. Show me where we
I
collected this.
have a list that I got Jill to create yesterday. It's a master list of the Jackson Water employees that we've paid out and what we paid out, but their names are on this, so I just want you to be aware. I can send it to you, but their names are on this.
Send it to the clerk. We'll
That's why I
seal it
haven't
confidentially.
because their actual names are on it.
We'll seal it confidentially. How many?
Twenty-seven.
Well, that's how many positions are on this list.
Mm-hmm.
And this list has what we've paid out for each employee so far. I'll send it right. I'll send it to Shanikia right now.
That, excuse me, that's a year-to-date number, the 1.9 is year-to-date?
This list has 36.
Oh, it has 36.
It has 36.
That number 9,
Somebody can confirm, but it looks like 36, yes, it's 36.
yeah,
Yeah, I think,
that's right.
yeah, I think the reason, is even if we need to go into it, we'll have it in a line item, because I think that while that's a list that's provided of the 27, we, if provided, we may need a list from Mr. Hennepin. Because there's still a discrepancy if we only have 27 that the city's supposed to still be playing, but then here, there's 39. And then in the budget book, it still is 3.7. And even though there's the explanation of it being for past due invoices, which we have not seen, it's still in this book noted as salary.
Past due invoices wouldn't be paid from salary.
Huh?
Past due invoices can't be paid from salary.
I'm just saying in this book, it says salary.
I know, I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
That's misleading, because it's under a salary item. I know that I'm just saying it's misleading. And because it's under salary. And if we're saying we're putting money in salaries, what was said by somebody, that some of the money that's been put over there in salaries, what was said yesterday, is going to be used to handle any past due invoices. That's what was said.
And Mr. Banks?
That's who said it. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, Mr. Banks, so let me repeat what I said yesterday. In terms of the past due invoices, there was a question about the reserve funds. And that's why I mentioned in terms of if there are any reserves, right, those amounts would be used for covering past due invoices. Now, I am aware that there is an invoice from Veolia that has come to our attention, right? That is a past due invoice. And that invoice is from the time prior to Jackson Water. And so if Jackson Water does not cover that, and if the city has to cover it, the money has to come from somewhere. And if there's any reserves in the enterprise, that's what would be utilized. All right. Now, I did not state the money in salaries is for past due invoices.
So, where's our water and sewer enterprise? Do we have one, sir? Do we have a water and sewer enterprise?
So,
The city of
reserve?
Jackson, do we have
Fund
currently right
33.
now a water and sewer enterprise? No.
No,
All right.
well, I'm sorry, what's the question?
Do
a
we have
reserve, yes.
a water and sewer enterprise? We're collecting water and sewer?
No,
So we don't have a water and sewer enterprise. And so if monies come debatable of past due invoices, then I would expect, instead of it being in a salary line, that it's in a rainy day fund for invoices or something like that, or some other line item. That's why we plan for emergencies, et cetera. But at the end of the day, the goal is, because when we have the request that we have, when you have police officers seeking raises, firemen seeking raises, when you have the need for more code enforcement officers, the need to begin to do some of the things we want to do in Parks and Rec and planning, holding $1 million plus aside in a line item, just maybe because it might be an invoice, doesn't help us achieve our goals. And so, this $3.7 million, Council President, you were suggesting that with it being general fund money, that we might need to use this now, and I'm still of the mind of thinking that it needs some further looking into.
I mean, if we're going to turn this over to legal for investigation, I'm going to ask that it be done today, because we really need this. If we have extra funds hanging out in this, in this salary line item, we need to capture that fund, those, I mean, because we just don't have a lot of options. We need to capture those funds and use them in a different way.
All right,
But, and we're supposed to vote on this budget tomorrow.
tomorrow, Friday.
No, Friday, sorry.
I know.
I'm a day ahead, I'm
I
confused.
thought it was Thursday.
Yeah. So anyway, Friday.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
If you move this to the general fund, then your 6.1 is going to increase to 9 point whatever.
Move what?
Because this is not, this is, like I said, if you look on page 21, that revenue, that's where that is coming in on the third party. That has nothing to do with your revenues for Fund 1. So it will take away from Fund 1, that's what it's going to do. Now, the 3.7 is incorrect. And
What should it be? I
according,
wrote 1.19 or 1.6, no? What, at 1.6
it's going to be
million?
less than the 1.9.
It'd be
because for
1.6
25,
million?
Because I know Central Supply is coming out of there.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
So that's 400,000?
at least 400,000.
That's what, okay, the note said. So 1.6, then minus 400,000.
And the email I just sent you guys, that we've spent out 900,000 on their salaries to date.
I saw that. So, Mr. Banks, my concern is that if this gets bogged down in an investigation,
That we won't be able to use it.
we, right,
Can I make sense? I don't, we know obviously to investigate this, but I don't know that that keeps us from the budget process. We shouldn't let investigation keep us from doing a proper budget, you know, and allocating the money to where it should be, where it's going to actually be used. And right now, we've got too much money allocated to this space.
that's my thought.
And so we could say, you know, let's take half of it or whatever and allocate it to other areas, but meantime, ask the legal department, whoever's supposed to do the investigation,
It's not real
to
money.
get to the bottom of this.
Well, I think Mr. Banks' concern, though, Mr. Foote, is that what if we don't really have the money?
Yeah, if I'm seeing,
But this is next
So-
year's budget we're talking.
if I'm, that's correct, that throws everything into
Yeah.
question.
We don't have to have the money right now because,
But what she's saying is it's not real money.
And it's not a
oh,
part
it's
of
real
Fund
money.
1.
3.57 million is real money.
Help me understand when you say it's not real
It's
money.
not, because it's tied to a revenue that has to be collected from Jackson Water. Until we collect that money, it's not, we don't have it in the bank.
But here's the problem. That might not be agreeable between Jackson Water and the city of Jackson, because there are other things that are up to debate as well. And so you're saying it's not real money because we don't know if we're going to get it collected. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Uh,
So, I mean, yeah, I
when-
say you lower that number because it's incorrect.
So when we talk about investigation, we're talking about investigation of the whole. Let me give you an example. If they are running our enterprise and had the whole fiscal year last year, and they operate it, they have the income and the expense, the reimbursement, because we have no enterprise with water and sewer, should come into our general fund. These are the legal answers we need answers. So when we talk about investigation, it's not just pinpointing, you know, these 11 employees, verifying this employee. It's a whole, it's dealing with the whole gamut. Because the question before us, in order for us to use it, when this money comes to the city or it is reimbursed, since we don't have an enterprise that's water and sewer and it's reimbursed to the city, are we still legally bound and hold that as enterprise? We don't have an enterprise in water and sewer. So then does that become general fund that we can use? And yeah. So that's That's the question. And so I think, Councilwoman Lindsay, Madam President, it's a matter of how monies that we receive as reimbursement when we have no enterprise for water and sewer, when those monies come in, what is it categorized as?
Thanks, this is 25. This sheet you just got, it's 25 people.
Oh, that's less than 30,
6.
yeah.
Mr. President,
Yes, yes, sir.
do we have anyone from legal here?
Sandra's here.
I'd love to hear them weigh in someplace. I mean, some of these questions are revolving around legal issues. Do you have anything to add from a legal perspective? Yes. No.
Sandra Moncure, Office of the City Attorney. I don't. I'm gonna just have to look into it with Drew, because I don't know. I mean, all the information that you all requested, we don't have in-house. It's nothing that I'm privy to. But we'll be happy to look into it.
What about the comments about reimbursement of money coming back into the general fund? From a legal perspective, you know, it started out as fee-based, okay? Fees paid into the city of Jackson are paid by, I guess, declaration to an enterprise fund. And then the reimbursement, is that still carrying over into enterprise, or can we use it in the general fund?
I can't answer that off the top of my head. I have to look into it for you. I'd be happy to look into it. I don't know enough on this one to
Okay,
answer your
thank you.
question. I'm sorry.
Thank you, no
But
problem.
I'll get with Drew.
Thank you.
All right, Madam. You had some, Councilman Foot?
Okay, I just want to try to wrestle this thing to the ground here, make sure that I understand. So I'm just looking at page 173 of the budget book. So it's got down here that we had budgeted for 2025, for next year, an expectation that we would spend 3.570617 million on payroll for public works. Okay. A significant amount of that going to Jackson Water, and that we'd be reimbursed for that. Okay, so I think that number is way too high, because we're not paying them. There may be other expenses in these other previous pages that are still here in the city, but the 3.5 is too high, because all you have to do is look at what we've spent so far through the end of July. 10 months, we'd only spent 1.703 million. So obviously, we budgeted too much last year, because we budgeted 3.865. The good news is that money's available, because we didn't spend all the money we budgeted. So that's holding up a slot there, that those monies can be transferred to be spent somewhere else. But we don't need to budget 3.57 million. You know, whether the money's there or not, we don't need to budget it there. We need to lower that number so it's realistic with what we might spend in payroll. So, you know, we can investigate it, and we need to investigate it, but I don't know that we should be paralyzed at 3.57 million in the meantime. I think we should reduce it to, like, if you just take this number 1,703,000 and you take it two months out, it's going to end up being 2.044492. So we could budget that number. Let's say we're going to spend $2,044,492, and reduces it by, you know, right at $1.5 million, and we can move on to other budget items and let the legal department, whoever our investigators are, auditors, whoever, go investigate this and figure it out, you know, what the deal is. We get tangled up in trying to figure out all these different people and stuff. We'll never get anything else done. So I think we should lower that number. Say, okay, as city council, power of the purse, we're going to lower 3.57 million down to 2.04 million and move on to the next next item on our agenda.
So, if I'm hearing you
That's a very
correctly,
simplistic.
yeah, so, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying basically subtract the 902,000,
Well, I would subtract $1.5 million based on what's,
subtract the million
there may
five.
be some other
Let me-
expenses in here we
let
need to
me-
cover.
Let me get with Jill and pull this correct number for a year, because 2 of these employees has left as of June. I see what you were saying, Ms. Burgess. Let me get a calculation on that and give you the right number, and let's lower it to that number that is realistic, like you're saying.
So what happens to the other 3.7, or the other 1 point some million that was sitting there,
You will
or
lower the
used,
revenue and the expense
and that affects the bottom line?
for that fund, yes, but not for general fund. And that, to be honest with you, we have a meeting set up with Scott to discuss this exactly, because there's been the back and forth. I see them as coming in as a component of our audit. He's saying they have to come onto our books. That's some of the reason we have not changed this yet, is till we can get that clarification. We have asked for a meeting with him, Jackson Water, their CPA, and their auditing firm to see how we're going to do this, because you're saying exactly what I'm saying to them, Mr. Banks, to Scott, is we don't control what they do. They're not a part of us. They're not bound by the same laws and statutes that we are, and we would not have the documentation to back it as a municipality. So that has been one of the back and forth. I had a meeting yesterday afternoon talking about this, because I see them as a component. And if that is the case, then we would change how we do things, and I would have to come back before you. But we're trying to work that out between the auditor and Jackson Water, because if we have to bring this back into our books, they're going to have to keep those books in a way that we can import that in. And that is not that's not happening. They're talking about their fiscal year being a calendar year. Ours is October to September. So we're kind of off. There's some things we're still trying to work out with that.
All right, so help me understand. So basically, you're saying approximately 1.6 may be real money, but then the other part is just money that's going to be bagged out.
Correct.
So what would have happened if we would have never caught this? If we would have never caught this and adopted this budget,
You would have seen the same thing you're seeing in '24. It would not have hit the books because it wouldn't have been spent. The only way it could have been spent is he would have had to come across council to move the money into another line, because you cannot pay bills out of salaries. So you would have seen that where it looks like we had a large budget and we spent less.
It'd be like a big savings where somebody snuck into your checking account and put money in savings. It would be over there, but you didn't realize you had it to spend. That's what this is $1.5 million, but we didn't realize it was available. So the way I look at this, and I'm not an accountant, but the way I look at this is that this is money that was not available for other uses that the city has, or needs that the city has, and gives us a little more flexibility to meet other needs that wouldn't have been spent. Just like, I mean, look at what we are right now in 2024. We had budgeted $3.865 million, and through the end of July, we'd only spent $1.7 million. And even at this current spend rate, we're only going to end up spending $2,044,000. So there's $1.6 million in the count this year that has not been spent, that might be available to, meet some other needs.
Okay, so, Mr. Banks?
yeah, Madam President.
All right,
And
so,
Madam President, before you respond,
yeah,
and what I'm interpreting and what I'm hearing, and then also my pause from this, because I'm hearing the money's there, the money's not there, it's really not money at all, and we're trying to get down to the vote. I don't even know if there's support for this budget this Friday, but I just wanted to put that out.
and I hear your concern, Mr. Banks, but it's in the budget book. So I am assuming that there is money there to back it up, or it wouldn't be in the budget book, right? I mean, right?
Right.
All right, so, in just my calculations really quickly, and I could be wrong about this, it looks like there could be approximately 1.2 that we know we might have, that we really may have, that's above, that would be left over from the 3.57, because we had some, like the $400,000 in supplies and stuff like that would have to come out of this, is that right?
You also saw that you've only gotten 650,000 in on that revenue line. So every time you see a fund number, there's a revenue lines that are attaching to those funds.
That's year to date.
And so if it's Fund 1, then Fund 1 has the revenue. If it's Fund 2, then you got to look at Fund 2's revenue. Each one of those funds set separately.
All right, may I ask this question? Where is this revenue coming from? Where's the revenue coming from?
From Fund 1 or
Yep, this 600,000 in revenue.
from Jackson Water? That
Okay,
was
so
when we-
this is
that's
the
what he was
reimbursement.
reimbursed us.
So
Right.
we don't still have people accidentally paying a water bill to the city of Jackson?
No.
All right, so I'm all for Mr. Banks saying we've got, you know, in the budget book, we have found a 1.2, $1.5 million. You're going to get a number from Jillian, right? And let's decide where we're going to put it.
Okay, I'm with that. Mr. Councilman Foot, Councilman Hartley, Councilman Griselle, you with that?
I'm with it.
All right, all right. Now we got unanimous consent on that. All right, so dealing with this first, since we already are here, dealing with this first. Are there any suggestions on where we want to put it? And remember, colleagues, we have some monies that are one-time monies, and then we have some monies that are reoccurring. And so if we're going to deal with salaries, we need to make sure that they're, those reoccurring funds, if they're one-time money, we need to use that for equipment, demolition, et cetera.
There's a line in here for maintenance of buildings. I'm not sure what page that's on. I don't want to waste everybody's time. Let's see if I can find it. Maintenance.
Mr. Banks, while Mr. Foote is looking at that, have we found money for the scale out at the landfill?
We have not. Well, what we found thus far, since it would be more advantageous on the safer side, since we don't understand the quite interpretation of if it's enterprise, non-enterprise. It may be safe to put it on the enterprise side on sanitation to get the scales and what's the other things?
The chipper.
The chip grinder and the sail. But remember, if we're gonna do that, we would more so want to use one-time monies. Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah, I'm just, and just an ideal, should we just have perhaps someone in finance, as we find these savings, to develop an account or develop a list of this is how much money we freed up. And then we look back at the priorities and said, okay, from these priorities, this is where it needs to go. And I understand, and perhaps we can keep enterprise in the enterprise and so forth. But going through and finding money and then assigning it, I'm not sure if that's going to get to our priorities efficiently.
No, that does make sense. Usually the practice is when we remove something, then we have to, in a form, make an amendment to tell them where to take it to. But I guess what you're saying is let them do the work and give us the amendments, and then we make the amendments. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm just saying we can make it at a one time instead of going piece by piece. And then we'll know how much money we're dealing with and how much we can contribute to our priorities.
That sounds really good, Mr. Hartley. Because I need to let you know, is that reimbursable type monies, or is that actually money that's in our bank?
Right.
Okay, because it's
I guess what I'm
reimbursable.
suggesting is that we free up the money, as much money as we can first. Then we take a look at our priorities.
If you look at the list I gave you, I gave some ideas on some of the stuff.
Mr. President, I finally found the right page for what I was looking for. Page
sir.
175, this is, under Public Works, still within Public Works, care and maintenance of public buildings. If you go down to the 640 capital outlay buildings, the last year's budget was 551,000, the revised budget was 371,000. Doesn't have an actual, so I don't know if we spent any of that money or not. But it's got a 225 or 2025 budget of 551,831. So we got so many issues with buildings and, whatever it is, fire, you name it, across the city. That would be a place to put money. You wouldn't have to worry, it could be next year, if we didn't have the money, we could, put it moved back to 500,000. But that would be money, I think, that would be available for investment to repair buildings, keep us, operational. That would be a place that I could put some money and feel good about it, It's one of my priorities to begin with, so thank you.
Mr. Foote, that is Fund 47 that you're looking at,
Okay,
and that is a repair and replacement fund.
okay.
That is the $1 million, that is what's left of the $1 million that you guys put over there a couple years ago.
Really? Is that
You know,
right?
the $1 million you requested,
Okay.
that is what is remaining of that $1 million.
So what's
If
the,
you're looking for operational, where we.
But that's
do
available-
Maintenance on buildings, it's in, care and maintenance budget.
Where-
under
what
their
page is that?
General fund, 160.
oh, this outside of Public Works?
47 is citywide, repair and replacement.
Okay,
And we put it in Fund 47 when you requested it, because
Okay.
that money doesn't roll away. Doesn't go back to general
oh, I
fund
see.
balance on September 30th. Anything outside of Fund 1 keeps their revenues.
So are
until
you
they're
saying that,
expended.
right,
Fund 1 goes back to fund balance on September 30th.
so
Anything unspent.
so on page 160, are you talking about the line item 640, no, excuse me,
6461,
64,
under supplies and material. We budget $350,000 there every year. And that's to do building maintenance, like any smaller repairs, changing out air conditioning filters, that type of stuff, lights.
wait a minute, I'm trying, 64,
It's in that second category, about halfway down.
oh. I guess
Other
6451.
services and charges. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I see, 6461. Yeah, if you want to put it in that, I'd be okay with that, you're going to put it in that line item. And the money, is that, but when you go, this is, if take the money out of Public Works, is that put into this, is that a problem, Mr. Mellenbeck? Tell me what I'm missing.
Yeah, and one thing I know there's so much confusion, but what I'm trying to make sure that we all understand, the money in Fund 31, right, where, employees are getting paid out of, is still categorized as enterprise. That money that you see there is not tied to the general fund budget that you're looking at. So when you say, you have savings here to move into general fund, what is going to happen is your general fund budget will increase. So you have to increase the revenue to correspond with the expenses, right? So whatever is budgeted in 31 is strictly tied to what should be reimbursed. Whatever the expense budget is set at, your revenue budget should also be set at that. So we have to make sure that we understand it's not a savings, right? To correct the issue you actually budget the correct amount, and I understood about 1.9 is what you budget for expenses, and that's what your corresponding revenue should be, right? So all you're doing is making an adjustment. It's not moving money. If you move it out of 31 into any other fund, there's going to be an impact both on the revenue and expense side. Right?
So if we leave it in 30, is Public Works all 31?
Public Works is 31, and 31 is enterprise public works. Yes.
What enterprise?
Enterprise, so water, sewer, sanitation,
I know
public
we
works.
don't have water sewer, right?
Right.
Or we just got sanitation. So what enterprise is that operating under right now?
Yeah, so one is, I think, and what Sharon shared in terms of trying to figure out how the books will be managed. Because right now, that is an enterprise expense. So
Right.
that's why it's been categorized in Fund 31, right?
Mr. Mellenbeck.
Yes,
I hear you.
right.
But if the governing authority don't want to interpret of that, and if we want to get a opinion from our legal department to say that we don't have water sewer enterprise, right? Correct?
We're not managing that, correct?
We don't have it. We're not collecting.
We have the assets, right?
We got the assets, but we got sanitation, but we're not collecting.
We're not collecting the revenue.
And they're responsible for spending the revenue they collect, well, for water and sewer.
Yeah.
But then they reimburse us these employees that are on loan, right? Employees that they're paying and then that we're paying. We have no water and sewer, so when that money's reimbursed back to the city, why could it not be interpreted, or why could we not get an opinion from legal on if that can be classified as general fund or not?
Yeah, so generally, the way the expenses are booked for enterprise, right?
Why
it's-
can't we get an opinion from legal?
We'll do that, right? There's not a problem, but I just want to make sure there's a distinguishment. For instance, like Sharon stated, we're trying to work with the auditor. Our auditor does not know currently what the interpretation will be. And so we're scheduling a meeting with Jackson Water's accountants and auditors with ours to determine how are we going to maintain the books, right? Because they're looking, for instance, bills that come up for water sewer. What is happening, our auditor is not going to book it under general fund. The auditor is still going to book it under enterprise, right? Although we're not managing enterprise, that's the way it's going to be booked. And so there is this question about the reserves. And so what I talked about yesterday, when Councilman Foote said he had a conversation with the auditor, and the auditor pointed out that the city was maintaining a reserve account, right? That is still tied to the enterprise fund, right? So the reconciliation still needs to happen on that side. And that's one thing that we are trying to make sure that we get the clarification. And when we do the audit, right, are we going to be required to book it as a component unit, or is it going to be booked as an enterprise fund? And these are all the questions that even our auditor does not know. And so we'll have this meeting to determine how we're going to interpret all that.
Well, Mr. Mellenbeck, what if all this is determined by a judge, in which it most likely will be?
Well, which is fine. And
Nothing-
there's an accounting.
We have to do
Sure.
because at the end of the day, it's going to deal with the decisions we make and the legal interpretation and what that judge is saying. Mr. Hardy, and then
Yes, Mr. Melbecker, would it be easier to avoid lawyers and judges and stuff if we just simply came up with the priority list of our sanitation department and figure where we can put that money in? Would that be possible? Because we do have priorities there as well, and it keeps everything within the confines of the enterprise fund.
Yeah, so Councilman Hart.
That wouldn't, I mean, I think what you're saying is that once we swap it over to a general fund size, there are a lot of questions, there's a process, and you need to balance this, income, outcome, and so forth. If we just left it there in the enterprise fund, and once we came to our solid waste division, we know they need a sale developed. That sale, I think, need to be a priority, because if we don't develop this sale, then we won't have anything, we won't have anything coming in there to weigh over the scale. I understand that. So if we leave it there and we got those priorities, would there be nearly as much confusion and changing and so forth?
The best pathway forward, right, is to just make an adjustment, because if you still talk about moving the money, so what's happening is the 3 point something, right, that was budgeted according to payroll expenses, right? And they had to be revenue budgeted for, right? We should expect to spend this, and this is what we should expect back, right? If you only spend $1 million, your revenue will only be $1 million.
Okay, and are we still talking about keeping it within the confines of the enterprise fund?
Fund 31, yes.
So why is that going to be an issue?
In terms of moving into Fund 9
No,
sanitation?
just to keep it within
Oh,
the
yes.
enterprise fund.
Oh,
Is-
yes, that-
Is that going to be a problem?
No, it's not,
Okay.
yes.
So once we get to all the priorities of the enterprise fund, which includes solid waste, then we can look at some type of meaningful way of utilizing that money without all the red tape and the lawyers and the judges and everybody else involved. Because we do, again, have those priorities. And that sale development is essential to keep our landfill open.
Yeah, and Councilman Hartley, I think it's still not very clear, right, with, the 3.5, because my point is, what is budgeted there, right, it's a wash between revenues and expenses, right? So the prudent thing to do is, since we have what appears to be the real numbers, is what you adjust, right? You adjust the revenue and you adjust your expenses. There is no real money at this point. It's just a projection, right? It is a projection. So there's no money sitting in the account, right? So the way enterprise works, the money that you bring in is what you put in the bank. That's what's in the bank, right? The projections are just projections, right? So that's not real money, and that's what Sharon was saying. That's not real money that's sitting in the bank.
Mr. Miller, just clear. Everything in here proposed is a projection, right?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes. Yeah. So there is no money sitting in the checking account to say this is the 3.5 that we can use. All this is dependent upon what will be billed to Jackson Water, what the city pays and is billed to Jackson Water, right? That's what should come in. And so the prudent thing, and I know that there is a request to get legal to review, is to adjust your expenses, which will adjust your revenues for Fund 31, right? Because that is a separate fund.
All right, so we're trying to find things to help achieve requests. The optional table is one. There was a suggestion that I made that we put this in a line item and lock it up, put in a line item in legal, and the city council launches an investigation. Maybe we get a forensic auditor to look through all of it. Or based on normal practice, and since it's in the budget book, as the governing authority, if we interpret it as money that's there freed up, as Council President Lindsay said, then we go ahead and we try to see where this goes. Go ahead. I know you want to chime in on that.
I was just going to say that because of the issues that Mr. Mellenbecker brought up, I think we should, for the time being, leave it in Fund 31. And I think Mr. Hartley's point about the solid waste, that's one of the enterprises that we still have control of.
Mm-hmm.
And we ought to make sure that they get the resources they need. So moving those imaginary monies over to the needs for the solid waste department.
Everything's imaginary because
sales,
it's all a
this stuff.
projection, but go ahead.
I think that's a good way to do for the time being.
Okay.
Mr. Banks? I
Yes.
just need clarity on one thing. Mr. Mellenbecker, are you saying that the number we have in the budget book is incorrect and it needs to be adjusted?
Yes, based on what was pulled in terms of what is historical for this fiscal year, that number would need to be adjusted, right? So Jackson Water has a list of employees that, one, they've actually shared with the city, that these are the employees that work for the city of Jackson that we have on our books. So based on those numbers, you should have a real number. Now, there could be a difference. One thing I'm not sure we've looked into, Sharon, whether, I know you mentioned some folks have left, right? The vacation payout, right? So that's another thing that has to be factored in, right?
Correct.
So I think we have to look at those projections, and based on that, we should have a real number. Now, if, I don't know if Jackson Water would do this, if they hired more people and said, we want them to be on the city payroll,
I don't
then-
think we should let them do that.
right, yeah,
I
but
think that's a
hypothetically,
bad
right?
idea.
And we would have to come back to increase that amount to make that adjustment. But I don't think, yeah.
I think they should have to hire their own employees.
Yes.
So I think so this number in the budget book was based on 36 employees, right? And what we really have are 26. Is that-
25.
25. Sorry. Is
Yeah.
that what's happened?
Yes, and I should, I know
So
they
the
emailed
list
me
that
the
you're
list.
talking about, we have it.
The
Well, I'm not
list
gonna
was
put that on the
provi-
camera.
The list you have was provided by Jackson Water, but some of those employees have gone away. Some of them, I think, he had let remain on because they were close to retirement. And now I think some of them, in texting back and forth with Jill, some of them left on retirement and vacation payouts were made. So that the list that Brandon had was the one that was sent by Jackson Water.
So once upon a time, there was 35
Yes.
or 36, and now we're down to 25, and then the other 1.5 million is just imaginary money.
It's a
Well, except for the
mistake.
400,000.
It's a
Except
mistake.
except for when it's needed.
And Mr. Hartley, for your question.
Except for when it's
for
needed,
Fund
then it's no
9,
longer not imaginary.
For your question for your question for solid waste, Fund 9, we either would have to raise the rates or to increase their revenues, or the general fund could do an appropriation to Fund 9.
And that is in order to justify this
Increase-
money?
Right, to increase their budget in Fund 9, we would either have to raise the rates so we could raise the revenues, or the general fund would have to do an appropriation of funds over to Fund 9. That's how that would have to happen. No,
Yes. But it is, yeah.
it's a part of, yes,
And
there's,
both are enterprise funds, but they're different accounts.
So for Councilman Hartley.
sanitation is Fund 9, water sewer was 31.
Yeah.
Their operations.
And I know you do appear concerned here, right? And the reason she says raise rates is because of that collection percentage, right? If the collection percentage improved, then potentially you could bring in more revenue. But the reason Sharon says raise the rates, if our collection percentage remains stagnant at the current level, the only way to increase revenue is to increase, what you charge residents, right? That's what was meant by that. But I think if the collection percentage improved, they would be able to bring in more revenue.
I'm listening to all these different caveats, and I'm thinking, why can't we just put that money? I mean, look, you guys can figure this thing out. We need that money in a position where we can use it, okay? How do we do that? Between finance and legal, we need to make this thing happen. I don't want to go through a finance course here, okay? I don't want to hear all about invisible money and all these other things. I just want the answers. How do we make that money where we can use it towards the priorities?
Yes. So what would need to happen, right? Just based on where sanitation fund is, to pick up any projects, there would need to be an appropriation, right, from general fund. And that's what just Sharon shared.
This is a little too much. And this is one of the reasons I think we need to get with legal. Because we are, again, a governing authority. we can write an ordinance. And that ordinance, they say, during this stipulated order agreement, any monies that come about or any imaginary monies or whatever shall be used or can be used, and it becomes our municipal law that we adopt if it checks out legally. There are many different things that we can do. And one of the things I think that I want you to just keep an open mind is our lawmaking authority.
Would that work? Or you need, okay, we need a legal person to chime in on it. Okay.
You know, that way we can clear about ordinance that it, or we could say that it goes strictly towards sanitation and put it in the ordinance.
Yeah, one time.
Yep, and that's there. And everybody, that means they would have to abide by that as well.
All revenues collected through sanitation go to sanitation.
I know we're talking about this /imaginary / non-imaginary water and sewer for these salaries.
But right now, we're not collecting much money for sanitation because it's tied up at Jackson Water. And this is money that we had set aside in the budget process, 3.57 million was money that was paying for people at Jackson Water. And so, I mean, this is really weird. I mean, this whole conversation is surreal to me.
And one other thing to consider is we're not collecting if we don't get that cell developed. And I don't know, the landfill have been closed down because of not having that space. We're going to lose that revenue that we could have been taking in. And so I'm just, you know, I don't want to see how the donut's made. I just want to taste it, okay? You guys need to figure this thing out.
At the end of the day, here's the frustration. This budget book has been done once already because of something that the council found, and it had to be redone. Now we're at another place where, in the budget, according to the budget book, there's $3.7 million in salaries that's supposed to be reimbursed from Jackson Water because we're paying $3.7 million for people to work over there at Jackson Water alone. That's according to this book. And then we point that out and it says, oh, that's a mistake, and oh, some of that money don't exist. And by the way, it's 35, well, minus 10 employees. That's the frustration. None of this is personal by any means. It's just a frustration because at the end of the day, we're trying to make a decision. And this is what we just heard or interpreted. 3 days before the decision, we just found out again that the budget book ain't right.
You know, and I don't know, I mean, our budget manager is here, and he could speak to how he budgeted for Fund 31. With Benita here as well. Yeah.
Let me ask you this, and I don't want to have to get down there, and I don't want any one person singled out for what's going on, because at the end of the day, with the amount of money that's being given, and then the people that's looking for it, there should be some policy or some procedure that guides how to put together a budget process somewhere. And so I ain't here to judge this or that. I'm here to make decisions so we can give raises, hire code enforcement officers, get sales. We trying to do that, but we can't do that effectively if we just, every time we focus in on the area, it's incorrect. And we just were told today that this is incorrect. And then there's some more questions that we have issues with. I'll give you an example, because we ain't got the fund balance. And right here, it says fire raises. $1 million for 213 was used last fiscal year. It's coming out of fund balance. But and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, colleagues, maybe I went crazy or something. But I thought we took positions away or defunded positions to give the raises. It says police raises given from Grand Gulf. I thought we reduced the amount of positions down to achieve what he needed. And I remember being here during that process, but now it's saying it's coming out of fund balance. So maybe my math is off, maybe I'm off or something. And so there are questions, and then there are things that are proposed to come out of fund balance that didn't even come before this body. I see election money coming out of fund balance. I don't see where it's coming out of fund balance here, but I see it in the clerk's the same amount in the municipal clerk's budget, the municipal clerk stood right there and said that it was all in her budget for this year and next year. So I'm not understanding.
It's in the budget because we put it in there, but to balance this budget, it took us using fund balance to balance it. There was not enough taxes that was coming in or any other revenues to cover the amount of expenses that was put into this budget by the departments and their requirements that they
so,
need.
for
We have
example-
to budget for the election every 4 years.
All right, so for example, last year when we went through this process, remember fire department came, remember? And then they really didn't want to have to reduce the amount of positions, but they came and we sat here and we did some work and we found the positions to reduce.
You found some positions you reduced.
31 positions, so that was not enough.
No, it was not.
Did somebody think then to say, hey, just gonna let you know the rest might have to come out of fund balance?
No, in the presentation that was given to you, it was put the 31 positions plus where the money was coming from. And that was one-time money. I said that then, it's one-time money. So it means next year we'll have to find a way to cover that.
Are you talking about last year when we went through all of that? And so the positions that, if they were budgeted for 300 positions, we took them down to 270. How is the 30 positions one-time money?
The,
What millage?
no, the additional money besides the 31 positions
Oh,
was
okay.
one-time money.
So what about in police?
That was Grand Gulf.
Do you remember
That's
giving?
one-time
Do
money.
you remember doing police raises through Grand Gulf? We did? Last year or the year before?
It's in your minutes.
I don't remember that. Not last year. Last year we did cameras and lights.
But that only took a part of it, right? I could not remember.
I mean, first of all, Grand Gulf ain't nothing but 1.6, just say 1.5.
Then this isn't right.
Grand Gulf is 1.6.
That's right.
This says 1.5.
So,
And we got lights and everything else?
so what about the public works increase of 973,340? What was from the supplied fund balance? Why was public works increased by 973,000? Yeah, I'm looking at this second page here on the applied fund balance breakdown of the 6.19 million. And it's got a public works increase of 973,340. I was just curious what that was for. I mean, the reason I ask that is because we were just been discussing this item where we had budgeted more than we needed to cover those salaries. It's in public works. So to the extent that we didn't need the 973,000, I don't know, we could take that out and just use this overage in budgeting for payroll that was more than we needed. What?
The 973 is how much their budget increased this year.
That's how much it increased. That's not extra money coming out of the applied fund balance. It's coming out of the applied fund balance. So does
I
that?
mean, if you take that 973 and move it, we'll have to decrease their budget.
Well, so maybe their budget needs to be decreased because we had too much allocated to payroll. Is this Fund 31 or is that a different fund?
That's Fund 1.
But you see what I'm saying? I mean, so we identified that in the budget process, there was too much money allocated to payroll for the reason we just got through discussing for about an hour and a half.
That's Fund 31 that you're talking about. This is Fund 1.
Right, but I'm saying, why take money out of Fund 1 to give to Public Works if they've already got too much money allocated to pay payroll that they won't need to pay?
Public Works is in Fund 1. Your paved streets.
Oh,
streets,
you're talking
bridges,
another
and
part of
drainage,
Public Works,
Other
I see.
departments.
Okay, all
Care
right.
and
At
maintenance.
least I understand the process. I still, puzzled by all this. Okay.
All right, so basically, you all are going to look at this and see what's real, what's imaginary, what can be used, anything, and give us a suggestion. Is that what I'm hearing? Is the,
Mr. Bellabecker, can you do that? Sharon, can you all do that? And coordinate with legal to make sure that, they don't have any serious objections. We need some answers so we can make some decisions.
Yeah, sure.
If you
We'll
guys
do
would
that.
take a look at
Fund
number
31.
6 and tell me, are you amenable to what I put on the sheet?
So, number 6, is
Number 6, which is that?
that grass cutting?
If you're looking through the packet, I have everything that ties to number 6.
We are, Sharon, excuse me, Ms. Timms, we are talking about item numbers, the grass cutting and the possible sources of funding.
Yeah, if you look through the packet, Mr. Hartley, their Public Works budget, the additional request that they asked for, which is the grass cutting, the right-of-way maintenance, cemeteries, and stormwater. I had made some suggestions of how to cover all of that.
Mr. President? can I
Yeah, go
follow up?
ahead,
Can
go
you,
ahead.
can you just kind of get into a few of the details on item 6?
We have a dedicated 1 mil that goes to paving streets every year, potholes, basically. And we've moved it for several years. I think it really needs to be moved to your right-of-way and cemeteries, and maybe permanently, because they need the money over there. And you have the 1% and the modernization tax to do paving with.
Now,
Street resurfacing.
You did say we moved it?
From 213, street resurfacing to the right-of-way and cemeteries, put it back in the general fund so we could use it for that.
I'm sorry, in the past, we
In the
moved.
past, we moved it to
We
213.
moved pothole money?
To Fund 213.
Last year, I think we
A
moved it
dedicated
for
1
the fire,
mil.
for the fire department raises. That's where the administration came up with $1 million.
that's where we came up with the $1 million.
For the fire.
For the fire department, we came with it out of that fund over in Public Works.
That's
We
what
ain't-
it
that
says
was-
on
Ain't
here,
said
the
nothing
1
about
mil.
no,
So we took away from right-of-ways and we used it for
Oh,
personnel?
this is
no,
road resurfacing,
it was in road resurfacing.
Okay, so we took it from potholes
right.
and we moved it to personnel?
No.
If you look at the applied fund balance sheet, it says fire raises, 1 mil from 213 was used last year in the fiscal year.
Okay, moving forward then, what are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that we dedicate it to right-of-ways and cemeteries, the cutting of that, because we do have the 1% infrastructure now, and we also have the modernization. We can use, they are both eligible to do resurfacing.
Okay,
And I think that now we need that money there to make sure this happens. I
You tell me
also
how much-
suggest- They already have taken the budget that they already have existing, that's already proposed. And also the stormwater, they asked for, we budgeted 314, 480. They asked for additional money, but we could, 400,000 to cover the water sampling. That can be done under more modernization instead of the general fund. So I think that frees us up that frees us up 2.3 million to help Public Works accomplish their
All right,
goals.
so basic strategy using modernization tax.
Well, moving the 400 that we were going to budget for general fund, moving the water sampling to modernization.
Okay, so how much is available in the waterization tax fund right now? You get money every quarter or semi-annually or whatever. How much is in that fund right now? We put off spending it because we were trying to do the bond issue.
We have around, I think, $5 million in there. I mean, like I said, this is a living, breathing document.
much?
So every time people
But we're
pay out,
required to spend,
around $5 million, I think, is what we have available.
but I think the modernization tax, isn't it required to be spent on,
We got a memo,
Yeah.
direct, with some directions here.
Right here. Have you seen this? Mr.
Yeah, you should have it
Yeah,
in your
I see that.
packet there, Mr. Foote, on where the modernization
it's
money.
got to be spent on infrastructure.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah, let me, I think out of that modernization, it was determined that we couldn't use that for the grass cutting right of ways.
Right.
Right.
No, I don't think so.
And I guess this gets to the gut of making sure that we're not wasting our time making decisions. Last year, we set aside 100,000 for each ward for potholes. 700,000. Was any of that money used?
No,
Why not?
that I can't tell you. It's just, it was
So
budgeted.
this,
It's
this,
just
this
not been
becomes
used.
problematic. We made a decision to put 100,000 for each ward. I still got potholes. You got potholes? You got potholes?
Ran over 'em
You got
trying to
potholes?
get here today.
Mr. Grizel, you got potholes? And the 100,000 just sat there a whole fiscal year and ain't been used. And so while we're talking about this, that is the other problem, because even though the council says, okay, we want to see a priority on potholes so that we can deal with this, and it seems like somebody is saying, forget what they put aside, we ain't gonna do nothing with it. Because that showed what happened.
The,
That, I told you, there's a whole list of stuff that we've done that ain't, nothing happened. And we're just starting. And I know that's on you, there's a director, well, should be a director of public works, and there should be somebody that's going out and identifying these potholes. I'm sure they're in 311. But this is not the first time where we set aside money to be used, and it just sat there a whole fiscal year. We could at least put the 400,000 out of it and say, you know what, we don't want to use it, no offense, but let's get the chip and grinding up over at West McCollum. I'm listening.
Mr. Chairman, Louis Wright, CAO. Let me just mention, we do have a plan in terms of potholes. That plan is to look at 311, identify all the potholes. We're going to do a term bid with several companies to go around and do repairing of potholes. I know it has not been done, but we've been talking about it. We're putting plans in place in order to implement it. And we are also going to produce a report to share with you in terms of where the potholes are located and the progress that we're making on it, the same as we did with traffic signals. So that plan is in motion.
You know, the thing about it, Mr. Wright, and I hear you, but the 700,000 or the 100,000 for potholes in each ward was more relevant for last year because it was the first true year of the modernization tax. We have not yet taken the opportunity to leverage it, the bonding capacity. And so it was something that we wanted to take care of in that fiscal year while we while we knew that the decision of being able to bond and increase that to 40 million to do other things. Now, in this fiscal year that we're voting on, is it relevant or is it more necessary somewhere else? The sad part about it is we can't get time back. I wish we could on a lot of stuff, but you can't get it back. So that's $700,000 that sat there a whole fiscal year. That probably could have gone towards something else. Now we're in a new fiscal year. We have new possibilities. You have new plans on this bonding, you got engineers that are being hired, all this other kind of stuff. And so with the needs now, you know,
Miss,
yes, go, Ms. Harley.
Mr. Wright, I hate to pile on, but people have been complaining about these potholes every freaking day. And we're sitting on top of money, and now we have a plan. They wanted action a year ago. And I'm not blaming any one person, but if you're not taking these priorities serious, then what are we doing? I have people who are saying that that is the priority. It does so much damage to our city. Why? Why have we not taken money that this council has allocated and put that thing into effect? And I agree with my colleague. Look, man, it's overdue. And now to hear we have a plan. No, I don't want to hear we have a plan. I want to hear dates. I want to hear this is what's going to happen, because these plans sometimes never seem to make it to my ward. And we have those potholes that people are complaining about. We had a couple came in here the last council meeting talking about their car being broke down and the city falling and da-da-da-da-da. We got a serious issue. And I know I'm piling on, and I know that you're sincere about wanting to do something, but we need action now. Now. We need a date.
Yeah.
We need somebody doing it now.
Right. And I hear you, Councilman, and we understand that.
Well, a year ago, we didn't understand. We didn't have this understanding.
Let me mention, all the potholes that we have in the city are not all city's responsibility.
I understand that.
Some of those are Jackson Water.
I understand
And
that.
we're identifying the ones that are the city and those that are Jackson Water.
Yes, sir.
Jackson Water has some contractors out there doing their potholes.
Right.
We still have our in-house pothole and paving street team doing potholes.
Yes, sir.
So we're getting to them as fast as we can.
Right.
And
But
we're
I am
gonna
concerned about
accelerate
this,
that.
about
This
this
plan
money
should- Yeah,
that we've allocated.
right.
We should have thrown it at them. I've seen that little dozer thing that they have, and it got dents all in, it's all beat up. You got 7 or 8 people to do the potholes all around the city, and we sitting on top of $700,000. You know, I don't know how to explain that away. We're sitting on money, and these folks out in the streets just doing actual work, saying that we have needs. Mr. Mellebecker?
Go ahead.
Yes,
Mr.
I do want to share, actually, so the $100,000 would not be lost. It actually has been budgeted for FY '25 as well, right? So that would not be repurposed.
So will the money roll over into this fund as well? So now we'll have $140,000?
Well, what if it can be taken care of? I mean, we got resurfacing projects and stuff that might happen with 1%. We got stuff that might happen with the money that we bonded. We got engineers that we've hired that are talking about doing holistic things. Still got, now more so than ever, you know, you got over 10 square miles of roads being with, not potholes, utility cuts that are being done by Atmos and Jackson Water, which they're gonna have to go back and resurface. That might not be relevant right now in today's time. It was relevant for last year, because all those things were at the table.
Yeah,
So a plan to go ahead and do this with 700,000, when now we have the sure modernization tax, and we took a bond out, and we're discussing other plans. I mean, and then there are other needs. I mean, there are other things that we haven't even got to, and requests that are out there. And at the end of the day, we're trying to find money to achieve, and, you know, that 700,000 would have been great to spend in 2024. I think you missed your window. That's me speaking. I think you missed your window, because I think there's other things. I think that 700,000 might take priority somewhere else now.
I got some other questions. Can I ask another question?
Go ahead.
Back to our applied fund balance sheet here, breakdown in the 25 budget. These items down here, 633 increase. Retro Metro would repayment would cost, I think there's two extra wood in there. Repayment would cost $487,000 over 6 departments. Does that have to do with the lawsuit that we had against us? What is, and then there's this 633 lease. Is that where they moved to, up on North State Street?
Yes, I think there was a question that was asked the other day why there was an increase for 633. And I think the response was initially when the plan to move was presented, that it was going to be a wash. However, what happened was the police department did not move into 633. They moved elsewhere. And then we had WSBA, right, did not move into that building. So you had less departments to split that cost. And so the cost per department that is in 633 increased. And so I think that's why Sharon had mentioned the other day that to cover the increase for the departments, that's why she was allocating, those funds. So the difference, I think, and mine is actually sideways, was it an additional 107 that was needed? 107,000.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Per department.
No, I think total for all the departments that are in
Oh,
633.
because it says per department, then 431, so it's only 107? And then the retro metro, I thought we were completely out of retro metro. Is that,
We are.
but is this,
So it was, what, 81,000 per department, and now it's 107, right? And it's not 107 for 633. Because you have less departments, right? You don't have police department,
Okay.
and you don't have WSBA.
All right,
okay, thank you.
all right, let's move. Let's try to get some big ticket things done. Colleagues, page 218.
Mr. President?
Yes.
I was just wondering if Ms. Timms had finished that item 6. Was there any other information we needed from it?
Those were just suggestions I wanted you guys to look at and see if you would agree to, so that we can, cover that department.
Thank you.
Like I said, some of these are just suggestions. You said the phased plan for Grove Park improvements number 5. I think the Zurich money needs to be used for that.
Well, yeah, that's another discussion. We're gonna talk about
I
Zurich.
mean,
soon.
you had asked me for suggestions. So
Yeah,
that's-
Yes,
I get it,
yes,
I get
thank
it, I
you.
get it. $9 million, $9 million, page 218, 9.4 million. 9.4 million. In miscellaneous, under general government. Colleagues, I'm looking at miscellaneous. I know what miscellaneous mean. I don't know if it's invisible money here, or if there's another can't touch definition to it. But miscellaneous means miscellaneous, and it's in general government. Even if that is discretionary funding, it doesn't matter. We have the authority to take that down to $5 if we want to. But my proposal is for the fire department, police department, and planning. That out of that 9 million, that 9.4 miscellaneous funds in general government, that 3 mil go to fire, 2 mil, let me, no.
That's your debt service.
Why is it called miscellaneous? Why then say debt service? This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about.
That is the category.
Why is it
where
hidden?
your
Say debt service.
service moves out of.
It say miscellaneous. It says total miscellaneous administration, general government. See, that's the thing. And that is exactly why I did it.
Okay.
Because it seems like it's a reason to, why not just say total debt service for general government? What is the debt that handles?
It's saying miscellaneous because that is where we do all of our appropriations.
I
It's
know it.
from the general
Just
fund.
like,
And it's
just
not,
like-
it shouldn't be in the
Okay.
mayor's budget, it shouldn't be in council's
I
budget.
get it, but
and
it's just
that's
like the
why it's listed
$2.6
under
million
there.
that was in the deputy director of public works position.
Let me ask a question so I'm looking at this line here. It shows that the revised budget for this line, miscellaneous administrative department, was $8,424,249. And that actuals through the end of July was only $3,563,860. So there's $5 million that's going to be paid in August and September. Those bond payments or what?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So why not classify them?
Why is it said miscellaneous? Why didn't it
If
say
you
bond
want me to
payment?
change the name of the title up there.
For
to
clarity.
debt service and stuff, I can.
How are we supposed to
It's just-
understand
I mean,
that?
how are we supposed to understand if we
We're
don't
the
know
ones
the
that have the
name?
power of the purse, and you're trying to take all our power away by keeping us in the dark.
It is keeping us in the dark if we don't have the proper name. If it say miscellaneous to an average person means miscellaneous. Don't put debt service in miscellaneous. Don't put $2.6 million in a personnel alley. Don't put $3.6 million that are for other stuff in personnel that don't even exist and then call it imaginary. That ain't our fault.
Ms. Banks.
So general fund at the end, general fund, then the next line, is that also bond payments? Because it's showing revised budget was 25 million, but actual so far is only 16 million.
That's general fund overall.
So that's overall. So the difference between the fact that it's 9 million below what they expected is because there's 9 million
That's
in
general
bond payments?
government
What's
as-
that?
As a whole, that's all of general government. That's the mayor's office, that's
Okay.
everyone.
But you see, we're way below we're $9 million below what we expected. Is that because there's big bond payments coming in August and September?
Yes, and so, and one thing I just wanted to point out.
Okay.
In terms of the particular line items, those are the appropriations. And so those funds are appropriated to, like the debt service
Debt
fund, right?
service,
Yeah, so you can go ahead
ag,
and cover
all
that.
of the, everything that Fund One gives money to.
All right, so my question then is we've got right above that debt service interest repayment lines. The big difference, so what was expected on the revised budget was 25,209,000. We've been through, that works out, to, I don't know, $2 million every month or something like that. So we've only got 2 months left. As of July 31, we had only spent, I think this is spending, right? 16.5 million. So what is the difference of how come we're so below what we ought to be in spending?
I mean, you still have payrolls to come out of there. You still have all the bills that are being paid. You have your
But
debt
my
service that
my
has to be
point is,
paid.
but payrolls are average across, payrolls don't change much month to month. But what I'm saying is that we went through 10 months of the year and we spent 16.5 million. And now we're expected to spend 9 million in just 2 months.
With your debt service, you have 2 interest payments and 1 principal payment. Your biggest payment is that principal payment.
But,
You've made the interest payment so far in this budget book, not the principal.
but in the debt service, that doesn't show a big number coming out. It shows that the revised budget for debt service for the whole year, repayment was 653,000.
That's the interest.
No, the interest is 120,000, that's what it shows. I'm just reading the numbers, I don't know.
You may have had one payment that hit there. They pay at different times, but most of them pay right at the end of the year.
Sure, but the point is, wouldn't that show up in the line it's got debt service? Help me with this now. It says debt service, what, the budget, if there's a $5 million budget payment, a bond payment that's coming up, of paying off the principal at the end of the bond issue, why doesn't it show up in the budget line for interest and repayment on that line?
Yeah.
You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah, so because that's appropriation, on page 217, where
Okay.
you have, in fact, the bottom line there, appropriation, you see the revised budget has 2.7 budgeted. Actual
Okay.
year to date spent was 294.
Right.
So it does appear there's probably about 2.5, almost 2.4 that has to be paid out in September.
Okay.
And then page 218, the appropriation there is 4.3 budgeted revised, actual 2.5. So there's another almost $2 million.
Okay, so there's $2 million.
Right.
Okay.
So
But that's
two,
still, we're $9 million below. I mean,
And
that strikes me as, you know, money that might be available. Where I think one of the big issues in the city this last year is that we've lost a lot of employees and a lot of payroll. And so we get to the end of the year and you've got a lot of payroll that has not been spent because we didn't have as many employees as we expected to have.
No, that's one, but the biggest issue.
I'm not saying it's good or
No,
bad,
no,
I'm just
no,
saying that's
it's-
the reality.
You're right. The biggest issue, though, we're expected to make the decision, but not given the information. First of all, for 3 quarters in this year, we didn't even have access to munis, to have access to the regular financial things that we got to make a decision on every year. Second of all, you come before us and you got to, and the things in this book have been wrong, not one time, but twice, and it's about to be a third time. Fourth of all, you got $2.6 million going to the Deputy Director of Public Works. You got $3.7 million that's going in salaries that's supposed to be going to Jackson Water. And then now you got $9 million that's miscellaneous that now you want to say is debt service, but you just can't write out debt service in the book. This is not efficient for us to be able to make a decision. All we need to do to make a decision is know what you know and spell it out.
Okay.
I mean, because there are people that are watching these meetings, they're trying to understand too. Miscellaneous mean miscellaneous. And at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is you got the fire department that want raises, the police department that need raises. You need a new ladder truck. We want to make sure that we get code enforcement officers. We have buildings that are dilapidated. We have things that we got to address in the zoo at West Jackson. We have all these other stuff that we're trying to address. Somebody tell us where's the money, if there is not none, or if not, we're going to have to start cutting somewhere.
So let me follow up that.
Go ahead.
Okay. Back to this miscellaneous administrative line. Okay. There looks like there's $5 million that's going to be spent, if we look at that line, between the 31st of July and the September 30. And the whole year's spending was going to be 8.4, so that's like 60% of the money. Now, if that's bond payments, give us a list of the bond payments. I'd be curious, the list of how we're going to spend $5 million in that line item between July 31 and September 30. Maybe we won't spend the money, in which case it's available to do other things with.
We probably would not be here if our staff had access to munis, because they could have identified and looked and told us that this is what this was.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to find some,
Mr. Foote?
yeah.
If you look under actuals, under interest and repayment, 99 has been spent and 653,
Wait a
which
minute,
is
let's see.
most of the money.
Hold on. Which line?
The
What
appropriations
page you
is
on?
what has not all been
Okay.
sent over yet. And
Okay.
that's the ones that are going, everything that Fund 9 gives money to.
Okay, so you're page 218, and you're saying
You see the appropriations 6755
six,
and 6753 on
4.5.
page 217. Those are all appropriations. That is where general fund is giving funds to other departments. And I
Wait.
will give you a list of those. PEG is one of them.
wait a minute, I can't find the line, 6775? I guess,
Look, if you look at the
Oh, up the
top of
top,
218.
All right.
And then go to the bottom
Okay.
of page 217, you see the 3.4 plus the 4.5. And these are
so
funds. that we give.
transfers.
Yeah.
Okay. So down here, when we get to total miscellaneous, that's including transfers? Okay, and so where are the monies, the $5 million, where is it being transferred to or from?
Different departments.
It's transferring to multiple places. It's Fund 12, Fund 18, which is your tort, Fund 300, which is PEG, 375, 390, 085.
Where's that list? Is there a?
No. Here's the problem. There have been decisions that we have made, but then there have been transfers that probably most times go against some of the decisions that we made. Especially when we made cuts to certain areas, especially when we talked about cuts, PEG, constituent service or whatever, and then transfers back in that just hadn't come to our attention. And there might be the need, you know, I mean, I don't, Madam President, I don't know what to say at this point. I mean, we could drill down and ask the questions. I was hoping we would be able to come in here and make some decisions, and get to a place where we're ready to, as our colleague Councilman Stokes called Amendment Day, finalize this. You know, unless somebody else is comfortable at this point.
Mr. Banks?
Yes.
I do think there are some suggestions on this sheet of paper that they gave us regarding, especially, you know, the grass cutting. We asked for some very specific ideas, and I do think we have some information on the funded positions. I understand your frustration. I think we're all scratching our heads about some of this, and it's also, you know, I think we're all a little frustrated, everybody, because we need to be able to, fund some priorities. And it's not our priority, some of it's our priorities, but it's important things that these departments have come before us and asked that we try to do for them. Raises, equipment, more people, so they can do a better job, for example, in code enforcement. And so I think what we've got to do, Mr. Banks, is just start making some amendments, and let's see if we can at least, you know, whittle this down a little bit. And let's discuss what some of these amendments could possibly be and see how much we're told we can't do it.
Yeah, I'm with it. You know, I guess in trying to get an overview, you know, the ask is $3 million from the fire department. You know, about $1 million plus for the police department. You know, it's a total about $4 million for planning department. You know, you got requests for legal. We got requests everywhere. And it almost seems as if looking through this and based on information that it's going to be impossible to achieve that. Is there any way, you know, any way we can get $3 million for the fire department? Anywhere we can get $1 million for the police department?
I'm sorry?
The police department. $1 million for the police department?
For their equipment or?
No,
Oh.
their raises. Anywhere we can fund 10 new positions for planning? You know where we can do that at?
Cut budgets.
So and that's the frustration.
I mean,
That's the frustration.
Ms. Timms, on this list, you had funded positions not filled. Was that a potential revenue source?
those are vacant positions. We budget vacant positions so that they can fill them.
Okay.
If we don't budget them,
And-
they can't fill
and-
them. So if
and-
you take them, then that takes that position away.
Okay. And look, we got a lot of frustration here because we're under the wire,
I understand.
and interpreting the information is somewhat difficult. I will say this, though. If we make these decisions and we certify a budget to be used, and I don't want to curse here, but it needs to be used for that purpose. We got people watching us exercise this taxpayers' money. and they're calling in every day and saying, hey, I got this problem, and we're sitting on top of money, and we're not working. This is the first part of our planning process for getting stuff done next year. And we can't have this unilaterally, you guys are the administration making decisions. We can't have that. We got to work together here. If we give you that money, we have to trust you that it's going to be executed, okay? And so I say, we can look at this, we can look at other things that you developed here, and let's look at these possible revenue sources. And let's see if we can get some decisions made today. And I think the thing on the table right now was talking about the firemen's raises. Did you have any inkling of where we could possibly start looking?
I mean, if you want to look at,
Let's
funded
speak up a little bit,
positions,
please.
I'm sorry, if you want to look at funded positions, this is a list of everything that is funded that no one is actually occupying at the time. Even fire department has 51 vacancies, which total up to $2.7 million. Police department has 28 vacancies, which totals up to $1.2 million.
Yeah, I think that we come to an understanding due to overtime costs and everything else that that's out of the question. Of cutting their positions. We've cut police, we've cut fire down to the bare minimum. There's no, I mean, because let me tell you, if we don't get clarity on other things that could be available that don't affect people, then you put us in a position to make decisions like, okay, let's take those 20 vacant positions in information technology and let's give it to such and such to achieve that goal. Those are the type of decisions. Or let's cut this department when maybe there's imaginary money. I don't know whose word that was, that could be used, or maybe we can find a way to proper ordinance up or get some advice from legal in how to do that instead of doing this. Or maybe there is some money in this miscellaneous that might be able to be used, or maybe there is some money somewhere else that might be able to be used. If we don't want to have to go and look for that and say, okay, and we lean on you to tell us. I mean, if we don't get it, it's gonna hurt. I mean,
So, yeah.
do we need to take the $500,000 back that we just gave to finance administration and give it to police?
So you're telling me that we're going to use these vacancies to cover overtime?
I'm saying that we're gonna have to start, in order to achieve some of the things that we want to achieve, either we don't do anything or either we make some cuts. And maybe we made some mistakes.
Mr. Banks,
Yes.
I think one of the things that's frustrating is I've never really been through a budget process quite like this. And this is probably the most taxing and difficult budget process I've been through since I've been on the council, but certainly I've been in other organizations and other situations where where you know what some of the priorities are going to be. I mean, everybody, I am assuming that the administration knew that the police department was going to ask for a raise. And so instead of the administration coming to us and saying, we are going to fund the police raise this way, and that is our recommendation to you, we are sitting here pouring through a budget book that it has had several errors in it, and we are trying to come up with a very important thing to this council, and that is making sure that our first responders are cared for because they deserve it. But then also, we've got some other very serious needs. We want to clean up the city. We know we can't do it all in one budget year, but there has been nothing that has come to us that has said, let us help you get there. And that is woefully inadequate. And so I just need help. I mean, if you're telling us that there is no fat in this budget and that we only have $4.9 million that we can play with or not play with, but allocate in fund balance, then tell us that. I mean, tell us, we have no spare change. We cannot reach any of these goals this year. We need to know it. I mean, we're now in week 3 of this process, right?
Right, that's right.
And I don't feel like we're any closer to where we need to be right now than we were in day 1. And so I am tired, and I need help solving these problems. I appreciate, Sharon, thank you for giving us some ideas on how we can fund the grass cutting. I think I talked to the chief, I think we've got the money the existing money in the budget to outsource animal control. I don't think that's gonna be a problem. I think that's an amendment, Mr. Banks, that we just need to deal with. But we have so many other critical needs, and I feel like we're getting no help. And so can someone please help us figure this out?
Go ahead, Councilman Foot.
Can someone tell me where in planning development the code enforcement line item is for salaries and expenses and all? What? I've got an Office of Housing and Community Development, Personal Service. I don't think, is that it? What's that?
Yeah.
Last page of Planning Department,
Page 248 in the budget.
280. I've got 280.
248. Did you get the new book?
I think this is a new book.
Yeah, 248. The community improvement, I think that's one you looked
Okay,
at yesterday.
community improvement, okay. So we've got the actual, right now, last year's budget was 484, and we got 301 through the first 10 months, so we've woefully underspent what we had budgeted, because we still got only 2 months to go. We got 180,000. Who can tell me how many people that is for? So this budget line that's proposed is 466. And I need to know how many code enforcement officers that covers.
Mr. Keaton was on, he was on,
Okay.
and I think he might have jumped off.
466,059 is what's proposed. Obviously, we didn't spend as much as we had planned to, probably because we didn't have enough officers. I got several questions behind this. One is, what are we paying our code enforcement officers right now? And then what do we need to pay them in order to recruit more code enforcement officers? Anybody from here, from HR, that give me some insight on that? Anybody here from planning and development that give me some insight on that?
Don't, Councilman Foot, and I have to go back to planning's presentation. I think they had some information.
Did they? Okay. I may have missed it. I'm sorry.
That was, I think, that was the request. Did you ever get this?
Yeah, I may have that. Anyway, I just, we're getting down.
Okay, there's Mr. Keaton.
Okay.
How y'all doing?
Good.
Great. I hope my background isn't loud. I'm having lunch, but I was listening in. But go ahead.
Okay, so here's the question. Right now, the budgeted amount for 25 is 466,059. Is that for salaries? Can you tell me how many code enforcement officers that was? Is that for 3 or 5 or 10 or what?
466 to sound like that was, oh, if they had 40,000. That would sound like 466 would sound like about 8 to 10 of them if they're around 35,000 each.
Okay, so
But I'm not
around
necessarily sure what
35.
that line item is for.
Okay,
I'm
so
sorry.
all right,
Go
so
ahead.
if it's around 35, now is
I
that
think-
sufficient salary to hire for us to attract code
No,
enforcement? No. Okay, tell me
no,
what,
we were trying to get up to around. We were trying to get up to around 41. So I think basically per hour, that was at like 16, 18 per hour. Industry was like 20, 22 per hour when we looked at the surrounding areas.
okay, so 20, let's take 20 per hour. So
Okay.
if we want to hire 10 officers, we want to be able to hire 10 officers, we're going to pay them $20 an hour, okay? That's what I recommend. And
Yep.
so what's that end up, what's the total budget then? The 46,059, what does that go to if we put in the budget for 10 officers at $20 an hour?
I would have to run those numbers. Hold on. Can I get that number back to you in 5 minutes? I'm so sorry. Can y'all give me some time?
5 minutes, okay, you got 5 minutes.
All right, give me a second.
That's 1216, okay. All right, I want to recommend and move, or whatever they amend, to increase the salary line on the community improvement so that we can actually hire. I'm talking about, attract people to come to work for the city of Jackson's code enforcement and professional people.
How
and
much?
hire 10 of them
10, and so
at $20 an hour. We'll see what number he comes up. If that comes up to,
his
$750,000, I want to do that.
all right,
I
his
recommend that.
proposal. Hold on. Clerk, you're gonna have to help me with the page numbers of our sheet. His proposal is, okay, he has an additional 13 employees at 1.8 and 7 vehicles. But you're saying,
If that's what, okay, well, but that doesn't jive with $466,000 as expense. You see, I'm getting.
I think he's that he was asking for an additional.
Okay, well, then fine, then I want to amend it to reflect that. In other words, the budget book needs to reflect what we want, correct?
All right, so, so we just need a number from somebody. Jai.
All right.
So instead of 13,
We can say 13, if he wants to hire 13, let's hire 13.
all right, his 13, he has down here 1.8, 25, 625, and 60 cents.
So does that mean it goes from 466 to 1.8? That's a pretty big jump.
13 employees. I mean, you want to look at 10? I mean, but that's 13 employees.
That's fine with me. I mean, if he wants, if that's what he recommends, but that's not what the budget book says. In other words, his
So,
recommendation
his
is
rec-
way away
his-
from the record.
His request is not in this book.
Yeah, okay.
Matter of fact, most of all your department's requests are not in this book. The request that legal has, not in this book. The request from the fire department, the request from the police department, none of that's in this book. We will have to, in other words, and this is what Madam President was stressing her frustration about. We don't manage the departments.
No.
Evidently, they had some time before this process for the CFO, CAO, and whoever else to get with departments, get their requests, and find recommendations, and come to us with a recommendation on how to pay for the request. But instead, they give us a flat budget with 2 errors or 2 mistakes. Departments have come saying, we need this, we need this, we need this. And then it seems the attitude is, well, good luck in finding it. That's the frustration.
Okay, well.
And Madam President just asked so nicely, can somebody please help us achieve these goals?
So here's what if we're going to hold Mr. The planning director
Keaton.
accountable, Mr. Keaton accountable, then I think in this case for code enforcement officers, we desperately need these. And it came out in the legislative session, in the revitalized Jackson legislative session.
Yes.
Yeah.
They were all on board with this too, with
Right.
increasing in the number of qualified professional code enforcement officers. If that's what it takes, then I think we need to put the dollar amount out there.
Yeah.
So,
1.8 million, so be it.
all right, so if it's 1.8 million, if we're gonna make the amendment, where do we get it from?
I'd like to amend it right, make the motion right now.
But where's it coming from?
Where's it coming from?
Oh, I don't know. Let them figure it out.
You have to know where it's coming from to make the amendment.
We'll take it out of the Public Works Department, where we've got salary, we got an extra $1.5 million in salary there. It's budgeted, but it's not gonna be spent. They've got money here that hasn't been spent for this year, because they're not gonna get to 484 by the end of September. They were at 301.
Mr.
there's
Foot,
still gonna be-
planning
there's gonna be
also has
$100,000 there.
$900,000 that hasn't been spent this year.
What's that?
Planning has 900,000 in vacancies also.
Is that right? Well, there you go. Take it from that.
And I think this is where we need to be. We're scraping here, and we need to be looking. And one other thing to the CAA office, you know, we have these priorities, and you all have heard a lot of our priorities. We need to have these people here so they can speak up, not at lunch. They need to be here. We're not at lunch. They need to be here to tell us this information. It's only for a few more days. Please work with us, okay?
Now, one other thing, let me make one other point as it applies to code enforcement. This is all about abandoned properties. We lead the world in abandoned properties right now, not the world, the country in abandoned properties, and we need to do something about it. And it makes the policeman's job, JPD and the sheriff, and everybody else, a lot harder.
Fire department.
And the fire department too. All those jobs get harder because we don't have enough code enforcement officers to go out there and apply the law.
Yeah, Madam President.
Yes, and so I don't readily see this, but how much do we have budgeted this year for demolitions? Because that is another area we wanted to make sure we got 45 of the commercial buildings. I mean, that may be too lofty for year one, but I mean, I think we all agree that we need to make a huge dent in that. So in my mind, Mr. Foote, it has to be twofold. One, we're hiring more officers, but then two, we've also got to have more money for demolitions.
And I agree as well, Madam President. Here's one of the rub, though. We have at least 1,000 properties that are, I believe, ready for demolition. That equals up to about $8 million. So it's a comment with Councilman Foote, myself, and working with the other partners, including the state, to see if we can't come up with that kind of money. You know, unless we can go through something with our grants department and get. But I think the easier task and the more efficient task would be to focus right now on getting those personnel, not just the personnel for the field, but they need administrative personnel too. Again, it'd be great if someone from code enforcement would actually be here to make this argument. But when I spoke with the state legislature last week, I think it was last week, that's one of the things we said. Some of the representatives wanted a list. How much have we allocated the last 4 years for code enforcement? How much are we paying them? They're interested too. And I think we're going to get some help, but we need to go ahead and act on getting these personnel up to speed.
Ms. Banks?
We got to show that we're doing the work and we're putting up and that we're figuring this thing out. All they're going to do is help us in our effort, federal, state, but we got to do the work right here first.
All right, hold on, Mr. Griselle.
Thank you. Would it be possible to compromise on those code enforcement positions and maybe,
Go down to 7.
well, add another, well, maybe a part-time environmental court judge to kind of help with the backlog? I believe there's like 800 something cases that are still pending, and to help, to administratively get, liens processed or whatever the case may be, so that the backlog can get down and we can get these cases, moved along pretty fairly.
Would that be in the legal department
No.
budget? Where would that be?
Finance, isn't it?
It just might be.
No,
No, it's finance.
It's in finance.
So,
Oh, okay.
Another question
why
is,
not?
is
Yeah.
it possible to get the state to pay for another judge? I don't know this stuff.
I don't
I'm
know
just
about that,
asking a
but-
question.
No, I mean,
But he's
no,
right, there is a big backlog.
no. If I'm not mistaken, we were at one time at 6, and then the state gave us permission to go to 8 or 9. That, Terry, what do you think?
I don't think we filled all of our judge slots,
I
but
don't think we
this
filled-
doesn't have to be a full-time judge. It can be a part-time, just somebody who will come in and
They
handle
gave us permission to
environmental
go
court.
to 8 or 9. We didn't fill all those, and we didn't fill all of them. No.
I don't think we did.
Any vacancies?
No. What I'm saying is, we might not have created it in the line,
Oh, okay.
but the state gave us the authority to increase.
Yeah, that's the one place I don't have any vacancies.
It's in your budget though, right?
Correct.
Okay. And even though that the state has given us the permission to do it, you just don't have the funding in there for an additional judge.
Right.
Mr.
All
Banks,
right, yeah,
quick
yeah.
question, Mr. Banks. If we add another judge, will we also need to increase the public defender budget?
I don't know, that's a legal question. The question is, if we add another judge, will we need to increase the public defender budget?
In all likelihood, yes. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, if you're gonna be running another judge in another court,
You need, yeah.
you know, and you probably need more municipal court staff. I mean, you just have to increase everything.
Yeah, colleagues,
I don't know if, especially for an environmental court, we would need a whole suite of staff. I know I'm not a lawyer, but the way things are going over there, especially with the environmental court, I just don't see us needing a whole suite that will, to the point where it would just really just turn this budget, to where it's just not desirable.
all right, colleagues, it's 12:22. I'm hoping we can get somewhere. I do know that there are some things, Madam President, that we're supposed to be updated on. I don't know if we're ready for that yet. But then I'm also wondering if there's a need to go into executive session to discuss personnel matters. And the reason why I would say to discuss personnel matters is because if we have to get to a place to talking about cutting jobs and doing other stuff to see priorities, then that is a discussion that we might not want to send along, but I think we need to have discussion. And here's, because of basically what I'm seeing, and again, this is the frustration from the beginning, is to achieve any of these things, there's nothing. And so basically, in order to do it, you got to take away. And so that means that we now sit in the position to start prioritizing what we see works for the city, which isn't fair. And I don't think you all want us to have that, because then it becomes debatable. Well, do we cut Parks and Rec all the way down? I just said that because, Mr. Muhammad, we need to cut Parks and Rec to make sure the fire department get a raise. And we need to cut IT all the way out to make sure the police get their raise. And in order to make sure we get the code officers, we need to cut this program, and we need to rescind this order in order to do it. Or if we don't want to do that, then we need to start having the serious discussion on what would but if we were to do a furlough Friday, then how much money does that free up for us to be able to do things? I mean, we got to start thinking outside the box. We're not increasing taxes. We can't. It's too late. So if we're going to achieve anything, colleagues, it's based on what's here. And the mistakes in the book and the imaginary money, either we take them from someone else to give to someone else, or we're talking something like furloughs. Yes, sir.
Yeah, when I was solid waste manager, my office coordinator did a lot of this. And I know that there would be places where she kind of cornered some money and put it over because we had other needs that weren't well-defined. And, and I guess what I'm asking now is that we take a good look, the administration, the program managers, the department heads, go ahead and wrap their heads around this, not to be out to lunch, but go ahead and wrap their heads around it. You don't want us making these decisions because later on you'll come back and say, well, we could have done that, but the city council cut it. No, we still have a job to do. And so we need everybody in on this, everybody weighing in, making those decisions. You guys on the ground, you know what's going on. You know what's possible and just totally ridiculous. So please help us with this. Don't allow us to have to make these decisions just, willy-nilly. Just please help us with this. And to the benefit of everyone, you know what some of our priorities. Our priorities are, we got code enforcement, we got the fire department, we got roads, we got, a whole host of things, a sale that needs to be fixed at the landfill. We got a lot of stuff going on. And then we have this dwindling population and tax base. So please help us make this thing right. Thank you.
All right, and let me say this, I just, the administrative side of me just keeps kicking in. I want to help. This is not a lazy process, but it can be achieved without us having to make those decisions. And I'm talking about down to the paperclip. The decisions have to be made from you guys to departments. No more than 5 reams of paper. If you don't get them, you got to say reduction in paper clips. If you look into departments and these people got fuel man cars and they don't need them, then that's it. Cut the fuel man. You got to find ways to do it, all the way down to the ink. You might have to say, even for this, we ain't gonna print no more. Even though we like it, it's a luxury, but say, hey, in order for us to do this council, y'all can't print no more. We're gonna have to get tablets, and we're gonna have to, because there's always savings. And I just learned over the years in being frugal that you can achieve savings from paper clips, staplers, memos that made out of paper that go around the city all the time, and then it ends up being recycled paper that you're gonna shred anyway, and then you gotta pay another $10,000 to shred. All these things. And I'm sure that, we've tried the proper ordinance. Nobody cared about it, but we wrote an ordinance to try to help. The ordinance dealt with fuel man and dealt with taking, people that work and stay all the way in Florence somewhere, and they drive a city vehicle from here to Florence, and that's gas going in the fuel man car. And all of the other waste and things. The stuff that came up with the abuse of fuel usage with animal control. So there has to be an attempt that you can't keep doing the same thing expecting something different. We could try to trim the fat, but we don't know you see it. You manage it every day. So, colleagues, with that being said, we recess. Do y'all want to come back today? We got to.
And Madam Chair, excuse me, Mr. Chair. Madam President.
I think we can. I think we can start making.
I think where we could start is going through this list and checking off what we agree with and what we can do, and get that done, and then see where we're left.
All right. All right. Do we want to take a recess and come back to this, or do we want to try to keep plowing?
We probably need to take a break.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right.
Lunch.
I'm convinced that Virgin needs a break.
Dang. We do. All right. It's 12:30.
Actually, all of you, the optics up here are quite interesting.
Yeah. We want to say 1:30. All right. We're in recess to 1:30.
Councilman Foote, I I sent you the, it jumped out at it. I saw it.
Mike, check, we're ready? All right. Going to call to order today's, well, not call to order, come out of recess for today's budget hearing. Colleagues, we're gonna start off while we are waiting whatever information that we may get. We're gonna start off and go into executive session, closed session to go into executive session to talk about pending personnel and litigation issues.
So moved.
Oh, second.
It's been moved and properly second that we go into closed session to talk about pending personnel and litigation issues. All in favor of going to closed session? All right. Mr. Grizel, what say you? Mr. Grizel, can you hear?
You may not.
All right. We'll just take that as a vote of 4-0 right now, and mark him present when we can confirm that he's there. All right. So
Would you close that door? Thank you.
we are now in closed session. Will the clerk please secure the chambers? Or the clerk. The council stands now out of executive session where we discuss pending personnel and litigation matters. No action was taken. We are back to our budget deliberations, and because it's about 2:30, and I want to appreciate everybody's patience. Let's start here. Let's just kind of start the page afresh. If we can go to Zurich. We know there's around $10 million, and I think that there are requests from this body with some amendments that we can go ahead and make. But before we do that, just to make sure, we've been having discussion, but can the clerk just get the budget, the resolution of the budget on the floor so that we can be just in our actions, because I don't think we've had it on the floor. I think we've just been talking.
A resolution approving and adopting municipal budget for the fiscal year 2024-2025.
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moving properly second this item. Now the budget is actually on the floor for any proposed amendments. And again, this has to be voted out of committee, colleagues, before we get it to the regular council meeting. Yes, Councilwoman Lindsay.
Yes, thank you. Given the spirit of the settlement, which was, as a result of the 2013 hailstorm, I would like to propose that we use $1.5 million to create an endowment for our libraries, $1.5 million for the Tisdale Library. I also, Mr. Banks, would like to propose that we use at least $40,000 of this money, but I want to explore this a little bit more, to repair the roofs of fire stations. More than likely, I've got an email about Fire Station 24, but I suspect that there are more fire stations that are damaged. And then the 911 building roof, I think, is also a crisis. And there are probably others out there, and I don't have a price for the 911 building. someone probably does an estimate on that. But those are the things that, you know, that the library asked for $2 million for to create the endowment, which is a way of allowing the Zurich money to have another life and to stay with us longer. We don't just spend it all in one swoop. So I'm really interested in that, but I also understand that 2 million may be out of reach. I do think that the library system certainly has within its abilities fundraising efforts that could add to that fund. And over time, it could grow into some, as they had fundraisers and donations, it could grow into something really meaningful for our library system.
All right, so I have that as 1.5 million for an endowment for libraries, 1.5 million for Tisdale Library, and you said 40,000 to repair.
24, but that's really an incomplete request, Mr. Banks, because I think we probably need to grow that total, and so we make sure we fix all the fire stations.
All right, so let's do this. If someone from the fire department can get us an estimate on the repair of roofs for fire stations, and I think that we need an estimate. I guess this will come from the police department. Chief Watts, I see you back there. If there's a repair, the estimate of what it would cost to repair the 911 building. And is the 911 building, is it just the roof, or is it's a lot of?
Also some HVAC issues as well. I think it just needs a lot of work in general.
All right,
And
so-
some of that dates back to the storm, right? The 911 building? No, it's just in disrepair. Which begs the point, if we had $500,000 that we've never used, why do we have all these buildings in such bad shape?
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah. All right, so we're gonna wait on the information for the fire stations and the 911 building. But we'll take that motion, 1.5 million for endowment for libraries, 1.5 million for Tisdale libraries. Out of that 10 million, it leaves about 7 million left.
Question, Mr. Banks.
Yes.
The Tisdale Library was in Ward 1, and it's just a lot now. So,
Yeah.
so is the intent to build a new library in the same place, or what?
No, sir.
That lot was sold.
No, sir.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
the
right.
lot
Yeah, the lot was
sold.
sold. So what's the
So
intent?
it was discussed at the Monday night Jackson Public School Board meeting to sell Chastain. And part of it would be, and they've agreed to sell it, which is great that JPS is doing that.
They've got a
And-
buyer?
And so part of, as I understand it, Mr. Wright, what JPS discussed in their meeting would be that part of it would be used for the library, and part of it could be used for other uses for the city, such as a police precinct.
So who are they gonna sell it to? Is somebody buying it?
No,
No,
Chastain.
they've just agreed to, getting them to agree to sell it is
I agree,
huge.
I understand. So
And so that would be where Mr. Fidelis has his hand raised.
I see
But
it.
that would be, but the library system, as I understand it, would buy it.
Oh, they would buy it. So this is for the library system to buy something from JPS. Okay. Why don't they just give it, why don't JPS just give them the library? So we could save them $1.5 million. But, so the other thing, I think, an endowment, you need some specifics.
Well, let me
on-
tell you,
On whether it's just the principal stays intact, or where you can spend the principal. You need to be more specific than just.
we can get that, and I understand that. But I'm just making an amendment right now. And so to set aside this money for now, and then we can get into the details. But the $1.5 million for Tisdale would be more than just the cost of, I mean, that is, the building cost buying the building would be less than that, because they've got to make some repairs, and of course, there would need to be some renovations.
All right, Councilman Hardy.
Yeah, was this in the library's presentation?
It was.
And they specifically asked us for, what is it, $4 million
They,
or $3 million?
they did, no, they asked for two for the endowment, and then they also asked for an additional $1 million for a maintenance fund. But I would like for us to find that money somewhere else other than the Zurich.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, you know, we're struggling here trying to come up with some of our major priorities for the city, especially infrastructure. And it just seems as though, and I get it, I get the importance of it. And especially when it comes to maintenance, I do think we need to earmark something there. But just to be pulling off $3 million and saying, okay, you know, I mean, we're not over the library system. It's a county city effort. I'm just stretching to find out where this fits. And just one other thing,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair. And that is, I think we need to just boil down to what are our list of city priorities and where does this exactly fit? Because if we're just going to look at a pot of money and we're going to be saying, well, yeah, here's a pot or here's an individual revenue stream, we want it to go here and here and here. I fail to see where our bigger picture is at. And I do understand that everything has a priority, but I want to understand how the priorities fit. Where are they? How are they situated? What are we going with one priority over another priority? How are we doing this?
Yeah, yeah, Mr. Hardy, those are good, fantastic questions. So the reason why we moved away from the general priorities that we all want to see, and I think that we have a consensus, fire, police, code enforcement, the demo, is to move towards something that we knew that was there. Because every time we looked at those monies to deal with anything that's in perpetuity, we've even been told it's not there or it was a mistake. And so we decided to just, let's go to Zurich, which is monies that should go toward brick and mortar or the improvement of facilities, especially those that were impacted by that hailstorm in 14. And so it doesn't deal with all of the other parties. It only deals with going toward those things. And so we're just opening up. It should go to brick and mortar and repair facilities because that's what that insurance money was rewarded from. Well, no, it doesn't have to be because it's a settlement amount. So you had libraries, you had community centers, and it's 10 million. Because my next goal after she finished hers was gonna go to Parks and Rec and talk about some of these facilities and routes, and then our senior centers and community centers. So it's all the way across, right? But and as we look at it, like and Mr. Hardy, for me, we're right across Richard Wright Library. It's totally it might sit there a whole nother year just like that. You see what I'm saying?
And I get it.
Yeah,
It just would be nice if we had someone with a list up there, a board, everybody can see
Well,
to see where our priorities and our revenues.
it will be nice to have a list about a lot of stuff we asked for. But that motion is on the floor. Am I correct?
I mean, this is a motion I'm making, but I would welcome, additional thoughts and ideas from council members, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah, so just one thing, the amount was 9.6, because we paid 300 and I think 60,000 for the assessment, right? So the amount was reduced from the 10.2 to 9.6. And then also for the library, so they requested $4 million, right? And the mayor, part of the plan, I think Dr. Murray did mention it in terms of what the administration was going to offer as a way to expend those funds was to make that commitment. But also, there are some numbers that Mr. Wright does have for some of the facilities like 911. He already has the figures. yeah, so, yeah.
Have you funded, have you figured out how to fund it? Or were you going to use these funds
That-
for it? Okay, so just to clarify, I did not include the $1 million that they asked for maintenance, just across the board maintenance. I didn't do that because I really feel like this is a special one-time pot of money, and we really do need to use it for bricks and mortar and meaningful improvements and repairs. And so these buildings that have been just neglected for so long, I think have to be considered. So I did not include, I know they did ask for a total of $4 million, but I did not include that. And I also reduced the endowment from 2 to 1.5, because I do think they can raise the money.
So basically, just for the understanding of the public, the library has made a request of $4 million, and the proposal is, instead of the $4 million, excuse me, $3 million, 1.5 toward Tisdale, which could also include the improvement of Chastain for a police precinct. Am I getting that kind of right? Okay. And then 1.5 for an endowment so that they can have the ability to raise more monies to do future expansion. All right. So that's a motion on the floor? All right. Is there a second for that? I'll second.
Second.
All right. Give Mr. Grizel the second. All right. Now we have that amendment on the floor. Question?
I have a problem with saying, here's $1.5 million. It can be used for police, or it can be used for the Tisdale Library with JPS. There's a lot of wiggle room in there for $1.5 million. We should be more specific.
Yeah.
In other words, if it's going to go to police, that's one thing, but we need to be specific on how much goes to police. And if we need to try to get a deal from JPS and not pay them a big wad of money.
We don't have that right now. We're just making an amendment to set this money aside.
Well, I'm saying that's my problem with the
Okay, I got it.
is
Okay.
needs to be
We
more
just don't have,
specific.
okay.
Yeah. So I guess,
Well, Mr. Foote, I bet we can probably get it.
all right. So, Mr. Foote,
Yeah.
just for understanding, the 1.5 doesn't, none of it goes directly to police. It's all for the build out of Chastain, and JPD may use it. So you're building out a whole school,
We get the whole school?
from my understanding, or half of it? Okay. You're building out a section of the school? All right, and part of it, so it would be like a library, it would be for a library, but there's enough room for police precinct. So it's almost like taking, West Side Library, and then the little community room over there is kind of refurbished or dealt with for there to be a satellite police location in that community. And so that's more, so nothing goes directly to the police department.
What is JPS doing with the rest of Chastain? We probably ought to take the whole thing if we're going to take part of it. Because the other parts, the problem they've got is they've got too much stuff to take care of. They've got too many buildings, and that's part of the problem across Jackson. There's empty buildings that end up, you have to put a defensive, force in place to protect the building.
All right, so we have the amendment off the left. Go ahead.
My question is this: is this the time where we all think of our favorite go-tos and we making an amendment? Because I can think of buildings and stuff that I'd like to target as well. I'm sure Councilman Foote can think of buildings that he would like to target as well. How are we going to do this? Or should we just go ahead and make that list of priorities and then we work our way through
So
the priorities?
Mr. Harley, the list of priorities come from the requests that came from all the departments, the libraries and everything. And so it's been categorized.
Okay, and I guess what I'm asking is, we had to go back and ask the departments, hey, what is your request? What is your request? And so now we're working off that list?
Yes.
A single list, or is it through?
So through this process, the clerk's office have listed down every request that has been made.
Okay, so my question is this, is this the time we make amendments of our special needs to be a part of this Zurich monies.
Yes. Yes. And so she raised her hand first with the suggestions and the requests based upon the libraries. And like I told you, because I'm just letting everybody else go. I want to go to Parks and Rec, and I hope they're getting some information on what it will cost to get some of those facilities that are disarray dealt with as well. But yeah, that is the proposed amendment that Councilwoman Lindsay has on the floor. Again, based on the proposal by the libraries, there's a 1.5 million for an endowment for libraries and 1.5 million for Tisdale Library, which deals with the build out of Chastain Middle School. All right, that's what's on the floor. Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Wright, you may have these same details, so you may want to jump in there and talk about this. But it's my understanding now, in talking to Peyton Smith, the chairman of the library, that we would be taking over the front corner, the former sixth grade building, I believe, which is at the corner of Northside Drive and Manhattan, the library would. The library, it is a 16,000 square foot building that needs some renovations. The library would need approximately 8,000 to 10,000 square feet, and that would leave the rest of that 16,000 feet, another 6,000 feet, that the city could also use. We, the city, would eventually we would own this building, right? And so we would own the building and charge the library system $3 a square foot to rent it. And they are very happy and willing to do that. So, but they would, we would use this $1.5 million to acquire the building, renovate it, and make it usable for both the library system and possibly other city uses, even perhaps Precinct 4.
And then there's revenue of $3 per square feet. Did I hear that?
It would be coming back, it'd be approximately $48,000 a year in revenue.
Coming back. Okay.
How much goes to JPS and how much goes into the fund to do the rehabilitation?
I don't know the answer to that. Do you know, Mr. Wright? I need to find out what they voted. I forgot to ask that question. I wanted to get back in here with those details. Let me call him right back. All right.
All right. All right. Your question on the floor is how much is JPS
What are we paying JPS
to get it?
and how much money's left? I'd rather pay them $10,000 than take $1,490,000 to rehab of the building. But there's a difference. We need to know what we're actually paying JPS and how much is available to do the renovation.
Mr. Wright, you know the information?
She'll hopefully find out.
You can almost hear that conversation. It's so quiet in here.
It would be, it would ultimately create a police precinct again.
All right. While they are getting that, Parks and Recreation, to repair your field houses, concessions, all that, Forest Hill Park, Buddy Butts Park, just all your parks. Do you have an estimate?
Park,
Say that one more time.
Grove Park, the restroom,
Yeah, the restrooms, yeah.
West Side Park,
West
restroom.
Side Park, Harley, Shepherd's Gym, all that. Do we have any estimated cost of what that would be?
Yes.
Come on.
Yes, please.
Why? And I'm just, hold on. See, come on.
Thank you. All right, thank you. All right.
All right. Well,
Bye.
Ms. Muhammad, just hold what you got right there. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, so, Mr. Foote, thank you so much for asking these points for clarity. This vote was just taken, so let me back up on this. Mr. Wright, I was hoping you knew all the answers to this, but it's so new, it's so fresh. We would not buy the building, Mr. Foote. The $1.5 million, every penny of that is needed for the renovation.
Okay,
The JPS would get the $48,000 a year, not the city. They are open to lease to purchase. What they have voted to agree to is a 30-year lease with possible door open to lease to purchase agreement at some point.
I think that's a better deal than trying to buy the
I
building.
think it is too, Mr. Foote. I like it better too.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. So we have that motion on the floor for the 1.5 million for endowment for libraries and 1.5 million for Tisdale Libraries. This is coming out of Zurich. Any other questions or comments?
And what about fires? We're not going to deal with fire station right now.
We'll come back to the fire stations and the 911 buildings because I think that, Mr. Wright, let's just deal with the libraries request and then we'll come back to the fire station. And then unless you, Madam.
No, I'm good.
Okay, all right. Yes.
I don't know the answer. I mean, we have a lease right now for precinct 4. I mean, that's just a what if. I mean, the city could find another reason to use it. Right now, the focus is on getting the library a place to go, but thank you.
It'd be good to have a small police station like the one
Right.
that you're putting down in
Something
Fondren,
like-
similar setup. The one thing I would say is we got to make sure we put the right rules in place on the endowment, or it'll be gone 3 years from now.
I agree with that, Mr. Foote. And when I was talking to Mr. Smith, he agrees with you, but they have not reached, they're still working all that out.
Okay.
All right. So that means that at some point we'll visit putting.
Yes.
Okay.
It'll
All right.
have to come, I'm assuming at some point in time, it'll have to come before us as an order,
All right.
right?
We're just setting aside the fiscal year.
Right.
All right. All right. Any other questions or comments? All in favor?
All right.
All right, and abstention. So you have 4 in favor, 0 nays, 1 abstention. All right, so that amendment carries. Make sure we get these amendments. All right. All right, Mr. Muhammad. Oh, go ahead.
Just one point of clarification. Are we in a council meeting now or we still special council?
It's a committee meeting,
Okay, okay.
just like last year and every year.
Okay, so everything has to come out of this committee
Yep, you
for
gotta
its
vote on
final
it before
approval.
it
Okay,
goes to
thank
the
you.
Yep. All right, hold on, before you go, Mr. Muhammad, I'm about to skip Virgil's last one. You had the information on the fire stations and 911 building? All right.
Okay, we have on our list, fire station number 22 is in need of a roof, and we estimated that would cost about $27,000. We had fire station 24, I believe, on the list, but we realized that it was still under warranty, and I believe that roof has been repaired. So it came off our list.
Okay.
Now,
So-
the fire department can verify that if they're on.
All right,
Okay.
so fire station 22 at 27,000 is what we know for sure.
Yes.
That's you, Chief?
Yes,
All right, can you confirm that the other one was under warranty?
yeah, fire station 24, I'm trying to see that Mr. Wright said that it had been repaired, or he said it was under warranty.
He said it was under warranty and that it's been repaired, if he wasn't mistaken.
No, it has not been repaired.
Okay.
And we got a quote on it for $36,000.
Is it under warranty?
I'm not sure about that.
One of the fire stations was under warranty. I'll have to go back and verify that. But if that's the case on 24, that would be another, 36,000, Chief?
Yes.
Mr. Banks?
Yes,
I think with Fire Station 24, it was closer to 37, but you also have a contingency of $85 per sheet of decking that they will have to, change if needed. So you're looking at really almost about close to $39,000 for that roof. I attended the West Side meeting last night, and I can confirm, based on what they told me, that the roof was not repaired and it is still leaking inside, and that the firefighters, have to put down pots and buckets and stuff when it rains real hard.
So that would mean a fire station 22 and 24, a total of 66,000.
37 plus 27. That's, or are we just gonna say 40 plus 30?
Yeah, 70,000.
Yeah, okay. You, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Mr. Banks, I'm almost wondering if we should pin in this one until we can get more information about roofs on fire stations.
All right, well, we'll put a pin there. 911, did you have the information on that bill?
911, we've been meeting with the police department on 911. We need a new roof there as well as HVAC system upgrade. And we have estimates of some $750,000 for the 911.
Hey, we chime in on this.
Pardon me?
If that fire station, we'll mute. So 911, new roof, HVAC.
HVAC system,
And you said
750,000.
750,000.
Right. That's just the roof and HVAC system. Now, there are some cosmetics that we'll have to deal with on the inside of the building once we take care of the roof and HVAC system.
Okay. All right. So,
Council,
yes.
I found out that the station that was under warranty has been repaired. That was Station 26 on Flag Chapel Road over by Presidential Hill.
All right.
That has been repaired. It was under warranty.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So we see 70,000 for Fire Station 24, and then the 911 building roof, HVAC, 750K.
Right.
And then there's some things that got to be done on the inside.
Yeah. We just felt that we could handle those out of care and maintenance budget.
Out of care maintenance budget, which we need to probably increase anyway. All right, is that a motion? Is there a motion for any one of those?
I need clarity, Mr. Banks. For Fire Station 24, how much did you say?
37,000 for
Yeah.
fire.
Well, I think he said it'd be closer to 39,000 because they've got.
We rounded it up to 40,000.
So we rounded everything up to equal 70, right?
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. I missed that.
No.
All
So
right.
it'll
I was
be
out of the room.
An
I think.
amendment for 70,000.
Okay. All right. I made the motion on that, so we need a second, right?
Yeah.
Do we?
Yeah, we just redo it because we did the libraries already. in
So
advance.
moved.
All right, so moved and second. That is 70,000 for Fire Station 22 and Fire Station 24, and 750,000 for the 911 building, new roof and HVAC. All right. Any questions or comments? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, item carries unanimously. Let me go to Parks and Rec, and then after we go to Parks and Rec, and we're dealing with Zurich, I know Councilman Foote, while we're talking about some contingency with maintenance repairs, you remember you talked about putting aside some money in care maintenance to make sure that there's enough there?
Yeah.
This might be a place to just proposally look at, so I just wanted to mention that. Come on, Mr. Muhammad, Dr. Muhammad.
Let me ask you, Mr. President, since we did 911, can we continue down the line of the police department?
I'm trying to get Dr. Muhammad in here before you go down the line and all the money be gone.
Go ahead. Just a point of clarification. This money, I know we're going to have, is it totally structures, or could it be used to rebuild a cell in our landfill? I mean, we're to me, we're kind of
Yeah.
These are other issues that we've already talked about, that are priorities. And I'm trying to see where all this fits now. I mean, we're finding library money, but how are we on these priorities if we've been discussing all
So
morning?
again, there was the clarity that was needed to provide it from legal was general fund money going over into the sanitation fund or for sanitation fund use. And I don't think that we were going to be able to do that. Is that the proper understanding from legal? Or do we have the right understanding? The enterprise fund for sanitation, can it be used? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Can the Zurich monies be used for the enterprise to fund anything in the enterprise of sanitation?
And the reason I ask that question is because, when we're talking storm-related activities, a lot of the landfill is one of those ground centrals for taking our debris and being prepared, and that cell development is essential.
We kind of was making those requests earlier when we was asking for the clarification of, yeah.
So I was looking at, I mentioned that we made the payment for the assessment. The amount is 9.9, not 9.6.
Okay, well, it went up a little bit.
9.9.
Okay.
Yeah.
9.9.
9.9, right. Yeah.
All right. All right. Well, while they're doing that, go ahead, Dr. Muhammad. Somebody just send a signal whenever they're ready. Go ahead.
Okay, Abram Muhammad, Parks and Rec. I could be very brief. We south of $210,000 to fix, repair, and renovate, upgrade all of our community centers and gyms.
Say that one more time. 210,000
Yes, sir.
to update and renovate all your community centers?
Yes, sir. That includes HVACs, plumbings, bathrooms, roofs, other
Everything.
small repairs that needs to be done.
And that's all of them across the city?
Yes, sir.
All right. So move. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Hartley.
Does that include lighting, security, and things of that nature?
No, sir, it does not. Now, once again, that just takes care of roofs, bathrooms, plumbing issues, HVACs, other small electrical things, upgrades here and there as far as Wi-Fi, those type of things, to bring them up to fully operational
One-time
and what
use.
needs to be done.
Yeah.
That's outside of the 1.3 we talked about for a
For Grove
complete
Park.
renovation for Grove Park.
All right. Yes, sir.
Does that include anything for Livingston Park and/or the zoo area?
Yes, sir. That takes care of that. And that number is specifically like the community center at the zoo, where we're missing out on revenue streams because the upgrades I brought to council that needs to be done with that. Just to name a few at the zoo specifically.
Well, after the library, 210,000 seemed to be a very low price.
I was gonna say, just to give it the cushion he needs, maybe 300,000, Mr. Hartley. What's your thoughts?
I think that's.
Go ahead, Councilman Foot.
Dr. Muhammad,
Yes, sir.
how is the park police set up that we put in place a year ago? Is that working out for you? Are you having any other problems with people tearing stuff up or copper stealing and stuff?
Yes, sir. We still have some vandalism and some thefts taking place simply because they can't be everywhere all the time. But if you recall the number, we have seen a 47.3% reduction in call for service at some of our overall of our parks and facilities where we had vandalism and thefts taking place. So they have been and are being effective. We do need to get with JPD to look at looking at some schedule modifications and some other areas that we may need for them to concentrate more specifically on. But it definitely has helped greatly since they have been
Reach
there.
out for any parks that you have there in the Capitol Police jurisdiction to reach out to Chief Lucky and talk to him about your situation.
any challenges you face.
Thank you for that suggestion. Yes, sir.
I think I heard Councilman Hartley mention security. Speaking to that, does this include, or do you have anything to include properly securing our gates at the parks after dark?
In terms of, can you be more specific?
Like Forest Hill Park, Buddy Butts Park, some of these parks where people are driving off in and dumping and littering after hours, midnight hours, some of those things. And so the proper gates that however they lock or unlock, if they do it by remote or whatever, that will secure those borders to prevent that stuff from happening.
Yes, sir. Part of the proposed budget that you already have should have included $100,000 that deals with the security portion of it.
Okay.
That deals with not only with surveillance cameras that would tie back to the RTCC, which has been a great help, but also putting in car stops for those back areas that they're
Okay.
using back channels to come into.
Okay.
Because they're not so much the gate, Councilman Banks, that they're coming into, because we're able to lock those. But the back areas that they're coming through from the wood lines are where we have found the problems to be. So placing those car stops in, those cemented car stops will help to prevent that.
All right. So I move we put 300,000 from this Zurich into Parks and Rec for what the Parks and Rec director just outlined. 300,000.
Second.
All right. He said,
Outside of the Grove Park project.
okay, so we'll be talking about 1.3 plus 300,000. Instead of 1.6. 1.7. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, I move that we do 1.7 million. No, hold on. So is it 1.3 plus, is it 1.3 plus 300,000?
Yes, sir.
So that's 1.6.
But I like your math, sir, and
You-
Councilwoman Lindsay math. I much rather enjoy the math you all use for the
Do
1.7.
you want to add another?
Yes, sir. I
Yeah.
most certainly would.
Yeah, it's called Virgin Mail, just so you know.
Go ahead, Harley.
Just as a refresher, can you remind us of the changes needed at Grove Park?
I'm sorry, sir.
The overall changes at Grove Park? 1.3 million?
Yes, sir.
What are we doing at Grove Park?
Yes, sir. Starting with the lighting, which is the greatest access that we need, so that we can have evening and night games where the youth in the city are not able to engage in any evening or night games throughout any of our parks due to the loss of carpers and depth to the lighting and things of that nature. So that would help improve that. Improvement on the fields, reimagining some of the tennis courts into pickleball courts, which is the fastest growing sports in the world. Also redesigning and reimagining the golf course as it is in its inception right now. And where the clubhouse is located, the possibility of turning that into a health and fitness area, since we already have a asphalt golf cart track around it, can be used as a walking trail, and we can put some other exercise equipment and so on and so forth, just as we've done over here in the Bellhaven area.
Okay, thank you.
Just to name a few.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this about Livingston Park. Since I know that there were conversations about a gazebo village. Is that something that you're going to visit later?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So, colleagues,
Now, when I say visit later, I'm talking about in this budget, but we're looking at,
Okay.
ways of grants to be able to help
Okay.
facilitate with that. Yes, sir.
okay, all right. So 1.6 million from Zurich for Parks and Rec to include all of everything stated by the Parks and Rec director. So I'll just restate that motion. I move. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moving properly second that we do $1.6 million for Parks and Rec for the improvements outlined by the director. Any question or comment? All in favor?
Aye.
All right. So we're 1.5, 70,000, 750,000, 1.6 million. Somebody calculate where we are, clerk.
About 250,000. Is that left?
Calculate where we are with coming from the 10.
Yeah, about 250,000, right? Or 240,000.
No. We're talking about millions, huh?
I mean, I meant millions.
5.4, so 1.5, 5.4, okay, 5.4 million. Okay, all right, so,
I'm sorry, I'm
all
not
right,
following.
so
those
we
numbers
were
yet.
calculating all of the amendments thus far that we made. So it's 1.5 for the
Oh,
library,
I thought you had
1.5.
I thought we were up to 7.
5.3
Okay.
out of the 9.9, okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, okay. All right, so there's the libraries, that's the fire stations, that's the, new roof for 911, HVAC, 1.6 million parks, for Parks and Recs. Yes, Mr. Hardy?
Yeah, I realize that Councilman Stokes is not here. Do you think there is anything in his ward that he would be concerned about?
You know, Councilman Stokes bring out his amendments on Amendment Day.
I know. If we can get closer to the mark, I think it'd be better.
I
today.
think if we go back to the initial math from Councilman Banks and President Lindsay of 1.7, I think that extra 100K, I think that extra 1K would take care of Councilman Stokes.
Okay, thank
That
you.
extra 100? Oh,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, Councilman Foote, I know you were talking earlier about the maintenance fund
Yeah,
and added something there. Did you want to make an amendment?
sure. What is,
Thank you, good.
I can't remember all these page numbers off the top of my head.
We're gonna go to the 1.7?
There was a
Hold.
We gotta take care
Unless
of
we like
one
Nelly,
thing.
unless you're gonna do it.
I mean, is there a motion to,
We can make the 1.6.
I think if we can, somewhat preempt Councilman Stokes, if.
Good luck with that.
And somewhat make sure his needs are going to be covered.
We can make
Do
sure
we?
it works. We can make sure it works.
It'll work? Okay.
1.6, 1.7, potatoes to
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Banks, I would like to, are we gonna reconsider
Yeah,
parks? Or are we just
175.
gonna make a different motion?
Okay, thanks.
what's the best action? What's the best action from this point? We already voted on it. Do we just
Reconsider it?
do the addition? Just say, just, so I think would be, I move that we add,
Okay.
whatever to the previous amendment.
Mr. President, I move that we add an additional $100,000 to the park fund for improvements to facilities at our parks.
All right.
Second.
All right, it's been moving proper second that we add $100,000 to the previous amendment, which will bring the total to 1.7 million. Any questions or comments? Mr. Hardy, you wanted to make sure that this goes in Ward 3?
No,
Okay,
I don't, I just think that.
Just make sure he take care of everybody.
Right.
Yes,
I
sir.
just want to make sure that we don't have to go through
All
other
right.
long discussions later.
Absolutely.
All right.
I
All in
promise.
favor?
Aye.
All right, that passes unanimously. So we're at 5.5 now. All right. Okay, Mr. Foote.
Mr. Chairman, we're good.
Yeah, you're good.
Mr.
I think if you come back up and ask for something else, somebody else, they're gonna tell you to go to the back. Yeah.
All my going to the back. I'm used to being back there.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, if everyone would turn to page 175 in the new budget book, and right there in the middle, it says capital outlay for buildings. This is under care and maintenance of public buildings. And it shows that the revised 2024 budget was $371,000. In the budget, current budget recommended is $551,831, and I'd recommend we put another $500,000 into that budget line, which would make it $1,051,000 for maintenance available for our buildings across the city.
Now, while you're there, let me ask this question.
Sure.
The original budget for 24 was 551,831. The revised budget is 371,881. How much of that was spent last year?
I don't know, that's a good question.
None of it? So, here's the problem. 551,000 was set aside by us at the beginning for the budget year, and none of it has been spent.
I think the problem is people aren't used to using it.
175.
They go out and they try to find money somewhere else. They go to the state or something else. And we've got to get in the habit of being very responsive and going to fix stuff as soon as people say it's broken and not wait till.
Well, and this is the problem, this is the problem, why we are allocating for improvements and fixtures to bricks and mortar with the Zurich money. Again, we see another appropriation in the same department, that hadn't been used.
Yeah.
And this is not, every year you've been here on this council, you've allocated.
And you know we've had issues that this could have fixed, and we've had problems, whether it's roofs or whatever. So we gotta make sure we access this resource, that when something comes up with a library, or, I mean, it's for all the public buildings, so it can be for Diamora Hall, or the Arts Center, or the library.
And so I guess my question is, if we had 551,000 there and it hadn't been used,
Why should we put more money there?
why should we put more money there?
Well, we just gotta get in the habit of using it. We gotta get that, we realize that that's, a resource there available.
So this is, I'm sorry, is this in the maintenance fund in Fund 47?
I don't know, what is this? What fund is this?
Yep.
47.
Yeah, and how much is in that now?
Shows five, well, no, it doesn't show anything.
Your actual says zero.
Says actual for zero. Maybe it's all
That's in there now, that's
It says
available.
your 2024 actual zero.
Well,
No, we've
actual
spent some.
what?
used so far. It usually means used so far.
It was revised to 371. What has actually been used thus far is zero.
Yeah, that-
Your projection for 24 is zero.
Well,
That's in the book.
No,
It's wrong.
I know, some of that should be encumbered.
So this is another error.
Tell me what you mean by encumbered in this case.
So is this another error? Is this another error?
No, I don't think it's an error. I mean, I think there are things like, that may not be reflected, such as the repairs to the, Meg Revers, not Meg Revers, to the Willie Morris Library that, are now under contract that you had ratified, now that.
So why is it not reflected?
Sharon Timms, this is a picture shot that is copied and pasted over into the budget projection. As things happen throughout the budget in '24, it doesn't happen in the projection. It only happens in production. This is projection. This is where the budget is built. So changes that are being made won't show up here if it's after the fact when they copied it and moved it over to the projection.
So what about your actuals for the year?
So what they're copying this part over is so people can see what their budget was, what it was revised to, and what they actually spent in '23. This is so the departments can help to build their '25 budget.
All right, and I thought I hope y'all didn't put,
As of July 31st.
yeah, and I hope y'all didn't put her out.
What's
But
it saying?
I thought the deputy director of, she's squatting down over there.
176.
Said it had, can somebody in Public Works verify if this money has been spent? It has been?
It's all been spent. I'd like to put.
Just for clarification, Sharon, when the money is spent, at what point, okay, we're talking the last 11 months. At what point is it going to show up here as actually?
If you look at it in production, it's going to show every day, everything that's happening, you'll see it move. I mean, you can pull it up.
But how can we tell?
You'd have to look at production. That is just the budget module, which has to be copied over into there. So as we pay bills, it doesn't reflect in that module.
But you would think from a year, we've had 11 months for something to show us here that's been going on in that section.
Nothing had happened at the point in which they copied it.
And that was when?
July 31st, what?
So I mean, so it goes back to the same case in point.
Yeah, that's,
Since the last appropriation, nothing happened. I mean, we put 700,000 in potholes, nothing happened. It goes back to the case in point, and this is not a finance issue. All the finance does is put the money in the line item. I mean, they just put the money as we make the amendments.
Yeah.
But the problem is, while we're considering putting more money there, then nothing happened with the money that was put there, and this is the second time today that has come up. Yes, sir.
And I wonder, for those of you that are looking, right, from finance, could it be other departments? So other departments also carry Fund 47 expenses, police, human and cultural services. So just one page I went to, it's a small amount for police. I see actuals there, right? And I think I can look through the others. I'm wondering if that's the case. Because we went from $1 million, I believe, for instance, when you asked, right, we went from $1 million. So I know some amounts have been spent, and just wondering. I mean, I'll look through this.
That's what I see. That's why. No. That's what I see. That's why it says your revised budget is 371, which means that somewhere there was a revision in what we set aside, and it went somewhere else. But none of it was spent according to what we wanted it to go to, as set aside by council.
Well, I don't know.
No, I think that the money that was transferred out for maintenance
Into other departments.
through other departments.
fi-
But I mean,
to fix that.
it's all
So-
gone towards maintenance.
So basically, it'll be 551 minus 371.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like
Go
to
ahead.
change my motion then to suggest $1 million of the Zurich money to be put in to the budget, this line item in Public Works under repair and replacement for buildings, available for maintenance and repair of buildings.
So you're adding an additional $1 million?
See, I thought this, I was gonna, well, I see. So the budget, they had 55, it was 551,000. We know that now we understand that it all got spent, which is fine. That's good. That's what's.
No. Did all 551,000 get spent? No,
Oh,
that's
it
not
didn't?
what they're saying.
Oh,
What?
is money still there? Go ahead.
Yeah, the money's is still there.
Well, no, what I would say is that I think there's about 175 that we just don't have a project that small at this point. In other words,
Okay.
like the 911 roof is, well
Okay.
over, and so some of it's just, just a project that'll fit in there at this point.
All right.
I mean, we've got big projects that we need to do.
Yeah.
It's just-
Well, look, just for clarity, this is a request. I don't want to have to make it a motion, but I will if I have to. This capital outlay or whatever, as we're setting it aside for repairs, can we just put it in each department? Yeah, nay? Can we put it in, can we categorize it in each department for the future? Like, for example, we just set aside 750,000 for the 911 building. Can we put that in police so we can show that since it's being transferred out from this one place? Or is all that money that the amendments we're making now gonna all go into capital outlay?
Mr. Chair, I think, look, part of our issue is following this paper trail.
Yeah.
Okay? And now we see a case where, okay, money was sent someplace. We're looking in this category. We don't know the actual now, and we don't have the instructions on how to get to it. And so that's part of, our frustration here. if there is some kind of way we can tag or earmark this spreadsheet to reflect that, to help us to annotate one of these subject lines, then that would be very helpful. So we'll know that there's more to the story than just what we see here.
So,
I would just say in terms of like keeping track of the money and administering that money, it's, you know, to the extent that it's projects that are going, you know, through the engineering division, it's a lot easier to
That it all goes there.
have it in one place so we know, you know, for instance, you know, what, you know, how much money we have to work with and whether we've got a project that'll fit within that amount.
Yeah.
Rather than if it's split up, then, you know.
I think the problem is based on the history, just making sure that if it's put there for HVAC, that there's 750 or it's tagged some type of way. Go ahead, Councilwoman Lewis.
Okay, thank you. I just want to go back to Mr. Foot's motion of $1 million. I would strongly support that. I wish we could do a little bit more and maybe even have something like, you know, we're setting up for the future of the libraries, but I realize every bit of this needs to be spent. And, I mean, the purpose of this settlement is to make repairs and improve our buildings. And so I mean, Mr. Foote, I think we probably have over $1 million worth of expenses on our buildings. And so I don't know where we are. I haven't been.
I think you can make a second.
I'm wondering if we shouldn't do more.
If we should do more.
Before we do that, I just do have one question. Was there another place where we had earmarked some money for these buildings? I mean, would that be the total? $1 million, would that be the total? Or is it some other category? Sharon, do you know?
It would be $1 million plus the 551,000 they already have in there.
Okay. Okay, so
it'd
$1.5
be
million.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
What you have
From
in-
Zurich?
What you have right now in your capital outlay buildings is 551,000. We're talking about making an amendment to add $1 million
Okay,
from Zurich to that.
and my question, Sharon, is this: is there another place where we have building money?
The first $1 million that you gave was put in this line. Now, we have $350,000 in Public Works' budget, and that is just for that is not for like a major repair. That's for like HVAC filters
And I
lights.
understand. Look, what I'm asking is, last year we set aside $1 million, I believe, and we didn't, it's not repeated any other place in here.
No.
Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
All right. So basically, colleagues, just to make sure we give an understanding, the 750,000 that we did
I'm thinking we need to take
and
this too.
any of the improvements that we just did for Parks and Rec, all that's going into this line. Am I hearing that right? Or just the 750,000?
Once we have all the projects, Councilman Banks, what we'll do is assign project numbers to each
Okay.
one of those, and that way you can track them and see exactly what it was spent on by the project.
All right, cool. Hopefully we'll be able to track them. This year we have access to
It's the
music.
same way we set up the $100,000 for y'all, where you can see it.
We couldn't see it because we had munis for the first 3 quarters, so we couldn't see nothing.
What, I'll send you,
So it's hard for us-
I'll send it to you, how about
Yeah,
that?
it's hard for us to track. Every year y'all say y'all gonna be able to track it, but then take the access away. So is that $1 million? All right.
$1.5 million.
Did you second?
I haven't yet because,
You thinking it should be
So-
more? Up to $2 million?
so we got the $500,000 is in the budget, right?
Right.
And then,
No,
no,
Why is it not in the budget?
wasn't part of it used already?
That is not how much money is left in there to spend.
it's 1.6.
No,
it's
no,
a-
we're talking about making amendments to the proposed budget for next year.
Oh, is there? And
It says 551,831 for 2025.
Right, that's projected for
Oh, okay.
25.
You want to look?
No, I know it, I know it says that, but, okay.
No, explain your
Okay.
pause and confusion. Let me know.
Then, yes, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's-
I'm fine with that,
Yeah,
Mr. Chair.
that's projected for next 2025.
I'll believe it when I.
I mean, does that need to be
I'll believe it when the budget
changed?
rolls over.
It's in here. Does it need to be changed?
He said
That's
that
what
he-
we're looking at.
I
want you to hear him clearly.
I'm
He
looking
said
at,
he will believe it when the budget rolls over.
yeah, because what I'm looking at right now, what's been, and we've been working with that $1 million for, I guess this is like the second year. I think it's, or so. I looked at it because we had projects that we needed to do and stuff. There's like $176,000 that's available for new projects right now. And I don't think they're talking about putting more money in that line item for the next year's budget.
See, they have,
The problem is we've got to get used to putting money in maintenance before the maintenance happens, before the accident happens.
yeah.
I understand.
But,
We've
but
got to get used to that. I know it's a really foreign concept, but
it shouldn't be for. Mr. Williamson is saying that he has doubts that the 551,000 plus for the budget, for the 2025 budget should even be that much. I guess that's what he's saying.
Is that what you're saying? Because I'm hearing something else.
So what I'm saying is that line item was where, Mr. Foote's $1 million was put, I guess, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Budget 2 years ago. We've spent that down and used that to do, a number of projects. And
So what,
so when I look out there in Munis, what I see is available right now is 160, I think it's $76,000.
What would you recommend that we have in this category? Because we're talking $1.5 million now.
But, well, what I'm saying is it wouldn't really be $1.5 million if you put it in there. It'd really be like 1.1 is what I think would really be in there.
Because there's-
available to spend.
because there's monies that owed against it.
Okay,
Yeah,
Okay.
there's
Okay.
something, yeah.
Okay. okay. Got it.
All right, so, all right, so is the amendment 1.5
We're broke.
to, is the amendment 1.5 to the 551 that's in the book? Or is the amendment 1 million to the 5?
If we're dealing strictly with the Zurich funds, I think Mr. Foote's motion is $1 million.
Okay, all right.
I do, but I'm going to let somebody else take the ball on that one.
Can we just put another 200,000 or 250?
Just round it up to 5 so we can just deal with millions.
It's changed at this point. Second.
All right. So we have an amendment for take 1.5 million from Zurich to go into this capital overlay fund. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. All right. So that takes us up to 7 million-ish. All right. All right. Let me ask a question. While we're considering this, do we have everything that's necessary and needed for Third Mile Hall?
Mr. Banks, it is my understanding that we do have enough funds from the state to cover what needs to be done right now. And it would be really nice if we could get a little more from the state this legislative session. But that is what my latest report from the architect says, that it's adequately covered.
We do?
You think we don't?
Based on a conversation that was very vague this morning, I would say that we may not have enough.
The 3 million? It's right at $3 million.
Right now, that's available. So the
I know that, okay, the cleanup's $500,000, right?
Hmm?
That cleanup's gonna be about $500,000. And then the chiller.
Okay, that may be right. I don't know.
And then there's more coming for repairs that'll be made next summer, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know that we already had a budget that was, I don't know, the rigging, just the
That's not
ballpark
on-
estimate is $1 million.
It's not on the table right now.
Well, but understand that it may be on the table once that evaluation is done.
Yeah, well,
I mean, that,
It's not-
and
but it's-
that
but-
seems to be, I'm just saying.
let's talk offline, because
Okay.
I know a lot about that, and so
Okay.
we'll talk about that later.
Okay.
All right. Any other amendments, colleagues?
Colleagues, did we, maybe Dr. Muhammad can come back, the veterans fields, the softball fields off South Drive, does that money also include that?
Is Dr. Muhammad still available?
He said he would be available online or somehow we can, so he's listening in. I'm sure if he could please call in or find a video feed or something. Dr. Muhammad.
It may, but I just want to make sure because those fields get a lot of usage. But I don't think the restrooms are working. I just want to make sure that was part of his plan since we're here, you know.
We did add that extra 100,000.
That's true.
All right.
My understanding is, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Mr. Grizel.
I was going to say my understanding is that a lot of people want to bring tournaments here. And, you know, I think we need to make sure that we have facilities that are up and running, you know, if we're going to lease those spaces out to them.
I got you. I agree. All right. Colleagues, any more on Zurich? Any more on Zurich? All right. We'll just push the pause button right there. And if the clerk can make sure that we just got a note of what's left over. Yes.
Hoover, are you on, active on the Zoom call here or the life-size call?
She's on it.
Yes.
Okay. I had talked to, or asked Mr. Keaton earlier today before we broke for a cost of his breakout, what he had recommended in his recommendation for code enforcement officers. I believe he had said 13 officers, and it wasn't clear to me what the salary level was for the officers, but I want to make sure that the salary level was sufficient that we'd be able to recruit the officers and have good professional code enforcement officers. Do you have a budget number on that to meet his request that he had made?
I see the dots going. She's unmuted. I just don't know if it's coming through.
Really? Okay.
Can you hear us? We can't hear you. I see the dots,
I didn't know.
but it seems like
20 and
you're not coming through on our end.
how many hours it would.
She's unmuted, but it's not coming through for some reason.
There she's not talking. I can't hear her. All right. Okay.
All right. While she's doing that, colleagues, there are some other oh, okay. Come on, Ms. Crump.
Can you hear me?
Okay. I think the question was, Councilman Grizel had a question about baseball field.
Yeah, off South Drive. Did the money that we just gave, did that include those baseball fields on South Drive?
James Crump, Park and Rec Deputy Director. No, sir.
It did not.
So
Sir.
do you have any numbers on those restrooms over there?
Yes.
Because the rest goes in the concession.
Repairing the fence, restroom, and lighting, 150,000.
And this wasn't,
Let's say 2 million for parks.
and this wasn't included earlier?
No,
when
those
Mr.
was the community
Muhammad's-
centers in Grove Park.
All right. Look,
We did ask.
colleagues, I recommend that we just change that amendment and bump it up to 2 million. And then if you just provide us a breakdown of the things that it will cover so the council would know and be able to track that.
Yes, sir.
All right, is there a motion to second to change that amendment?
So moved.
Second.
All right, it's been moving properly second that we change it. What was it, 1.7? From 1.7 to 2 to just a flat 2 million to improve,
I
to
have a
include
question.
all those parts. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Fidelis, how certain are we that we're going to do this bond issue that would include improvements to our parks?
Yes, so I had a meeting yesterday with our financial advisors, and this morning I talked to Jai. So we have to pull in different parties to the conversation, because this would include, what JRA is trying to do. And also I understand there's a project in South Jackson off Terry Road. That is something we have to talk about as well.
I mean, and I'd also put Thalia Mora in that
Right.
list.
Yes.
So, my question is, if we think we're going to have a bond issue that includes improvements to parks, do we need to set aside this amount in this money? Especially for things like lighting and things like that.
Yeah, I don't see why not, right? Why not set, this amount? And if we
Here.
come back with the issuance, right, we'll come back before this body and repurpose.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you. All right, I'm fine with the 2 million, Mr. Bass.
All right, any other questions, comments? All in favor?
What are we going on?
1.7 to 2
Oh,
million.
this is Grove Park?
Yes.
Well, it's,
All right, all in favor? All right,
it's
Aye.
the entire
yeah.
Parks and Recs.
All right. So, that's 5-0. That amendment passes. All right.
Now, Ms. Hoover, I thought she
Okay.
on board.
Yika, you want to try now?
Yes, hi. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
My apologies. So I think the question was whether or not we were bringing up the code enforcement officers to a salary that was comparable. What we will be doing is bringing them up by $2. So from the current $15.34 to roughly $19.50. I'm sorry, $15.34 to $17.26.
Now, I was on the impression that somebody was saying that it was be 19 to 20 to make it competitive with the surrounding communities. And I think it's important for us to be competitive. So I'd rather do $19 to $20 rather than $17.50 or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think we were talking about the entire range of code enforcement staff as well as support staff as well.
So if we get 13 officers like you had suggested in your the recommendation from Mr. Keaton, and I guess we had to have 7 vehicles, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So what's that come to for total dollar amount?
So the total will be 1.263,857.
1.26.
I think that's 1.8 when you add the insurance and the benefits and everything. Yika.
So it's 1.8 if you add the inspectors as well. So are we talking about code enforcement or are we talking about the inspectors as well? Which I mean is a component of code enforcement.
I think our priority right now is the code enforcement officers that's going out and doing our vacant lots, abandoned buildings, things of that nature, increasing that number. And I'd like to see, what is the breakdown here? How many vehicles included, et cetera. Give me the whole package.
Okay. So I would say that when you're talking about code enforcement, you definitely want to include the inspectors because The inspectors are going out when you're talking about residential and commercial developments here in the city of Jackson, and it's also a source of revenue. So adding inspectors to this total is something that I think you guys should very much consider. But if we're talking about increasing the amount of the inspectors to a comparable rate here, as well as increasing the code enforcement officers and support staff, the entire amount comes to 1.825625. And then once you add the vehicles to that, it rounds up at $2,725.
$725.
$2,725. Yes.
That's not
Mr. Banks.
700,000, it's 2,000,000
Seven.
0725.
That
Mr.
is
Banks.
correct.
Okay, and that would be at the $20 rate or somewhere comparable? And
That is correct.
be with their vehicles.
That is correct. Yes.
And that would also include the administrative support element too.
Yes, it includes inspectors, it includes code enforcement officers, as well as the support staff
Okay, and
vehicles.
no, go ahead.
And vehicles. My apologies.
And vehicles, and this would make it work. I mean, this would be what we need to get a handle on these vacant lots and abandoned properties to help clean up our city. What about other equipment needs, computers, and we need to be sending out letters every day. We need to be doing other things. That's no problem.
So right now, no, we don't have that expense. We use OpenGov, and OpenGov is a fairly modern system that is digital. So everything is pretty much, we don't use paper and printers or anything
So
like
I'm
that.
hearing $2 million.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Banks,
Yes.
2 questions. 1, what kind of vehicles are these? 2, what options are out there for vehicles? 3, what is considered support staff, and how many? Because I said we really need to kind of reimagine things. I realize, budget seasons, we all have a wish list, but they can't get expected to get everything right now.
I agree. So these are so there's 7 vehicles total. One is for an F-150, and the other is for a Kia. I can't call the type of it now, but the 6 vehicles are at the lowest rate we can get them at, which was roughly $22,000. And so that's how 6 of them equate to $129,600, and then the one F-50 equates to $45,500. And so
What?
We don't even
Go ahead,
get
keep talking. Keep talking. Let me track with you. Keep talking.
the only reason, so here's the thing, we did use the cheapest vehicles that we can get for the 6 that equate to $129,600. I can't call them, but I think they're Kias. The only reason that there is one F-150 on the list is because currently, the other inspectors that are here are all driving that vehicle. And so that's the reason that one F-150 is on the list. Otherwise, we were trying to keep the cost really low and go with the cheapest vehicles we could get.
Mr. Banks.
Yes.
And not to mention, these vehicles also pull trailers. So that would be something that would be beneficial to the planning department as a whole.
Okay. Mr. Grizel, go ahead.
Pull a trailer in what capacity? I'm trying to imagine because, I realize, Hines County Supervisor has a different way of doing things. We don't even have vehicles, and we're always on the go, but I just don't understand why somebody would need another F-150. F-150s are not cheap in any capacity. Maybe a Chevy Sierra or something. I don't know. Maybe a Nissan, but F-150s are very expensive and the maintenance is high on them.
Yeah. So the reason why these vehicles, I believe, were purchased is because when you talk about code enforcement, they also do grass and weed. So we have lawn equipment that needs to be pulled. And unfortunately, some of the smaller vehicles will not be able to pull any of those pieces of equipment. So it in this sense would be a necessity for us to be able to, as code enforcement goes out and supplement some of these other things that are necessary in our city, to be able to have a vehicle that is conducive.
All right.
And
I would, I'm sorry, one
Go ahead.
last. I would, I'm still kind of confused in terms of the support staff ask. I understand inspectors. I understand code enforcement. I understand we need more vehicles, and I would support all of this except for that extra F-150.
So I'm sorry.
In
I
Dakota,
can't give
can you explain the support staff's needs and currently
yeah.
what you have?
Yeah, I
So
get another.
right now we have 5 research technicians. What we're asking for is an additional 5 research technicians. And the reason being is because these research technicians, they do things like intake. So when you consider that the public now has access to the link where they can enter in code enforcement cases in their communities, right? So someone, in this case, the research technicians need to go in and make sure those things are adequately moving through the system. Though we don't use paper and ink, we still have to sign off and make sure that those documents are properly uploaded. They're getting through to the, to the correct inspector in whatever ward or whatever their area is that they're assigned to. These research technicians also are the people who ultimately take these cases and push them forward into the court system. So there's research on the front end and research on the back end. Front end meaning when we get those cases into the system, and then on the back end means if we can't get the owner to self-satisfy the problem in the community, or the city, does it, and now we're trying to recoup our monies. Support staff also, these research technicians also, have duties that will get us from that space into court to recoup.
All right. All right. Yes, go ahead.
Just one comment if everyone else is finished. Right now, the city council and the direction of Councilman Foote, we have this task force. And we're going to the state, we're going to federal government, we're going to other folks to look under every rock to see if we can get some big money for code enforcement. One thing that the state has already requested of the city of Jackson is how much money have we been allocating? And I don't know if they sent their request in, I believe yesterday. They want to know, and they asked during the hearing, they want to know that we're stepping up and making those steps and those commitments that we need to be making before they come up with bigger money. We need them as partners. We need them in order to get requests to go to the federal government for big money, millions. I feel as though the F-50 is not unreasonable. These code officers go out on their own, and they go out and take lawnmowers and stuff and cut properties just because people are saying it needs to be done. And F-150 is the minimal vehicle for that kind of towing. And so I see that need. The administrative staff, I believe that right now, it was said during a meeting that by Chief Wade before the House last week, we're in a epidemic. He said, I don't care what you call it, but we got a serious problem with these abandoned properties. I think we need to be all in. And I think I think we need to show it. I really don't think this is the place for us to be counting some of the pennies. If they're all they're asking for is what, 2 million, then I think to get it done, I think we need to get it done. We can always reduce it later, but right now is a time when other agencies and groups are in. We need to get in there with them. Thank
Mr.
you.
Banks,
Yes.
I kind of want to drive us back to the thought that the Zurich money is not perpetual. And
Right.
so putting that money into salaries would be a little risky, in my opinion.
Right. Right. Yeah. And I think there might be some, because at one point I did say that we were moving on from Zurich and we are going to press the pause button right there and move on to some others. But then we kind of went back to it. But I do want to make sure that it's understood that it is not a good practice to use one-time monies for perpetual salary lines, vehicles maybe, but when it comes to, the salary, we have to find monies that are in perpetuity.
Mr.
Yes.
Yeah,
All right, so.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, was it Mr.
I'm sorry.
Foote?
Yeah, Mr. Foot had his hand up. Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, yeah, I wasn't trying to get this money from Zurich.
Oh, okay.
So it wasn't my intent to try to get this money from Zurich. I just brought up.
He was ready to move,
And
yeah.
the other point I would make is that, I agree with what, Councilman Hartley said, that this is an important step to, help, gain the trust of the state government and federal government and HUD and other people like that who need to be on this team, and the law enforcement element as well. And I think it's absolutely crucial that Mr. Keaton and his team get to work finding the code enforcement officers to recruit and join his team at the planning department. That we can't just, it's one thing to allocate the money, but they got to be, have their A game in finding these people and getting them on board.
Quickly. Yep. All right. So while we are dealing with that, and in the scope of what you are talking about, which is good conversation, I want to, since we're on planning, remind you of the three-part ask or the three-part request. One part is you got one-time money for vehicles. That's one. The other, you got monies in perpetuity for salary lines. All right. And then the other would be, are we doing 2.3 for 45 commercial properties? Or are we doing the 1.6 or whatever that was for the top 11 properties that include the Oyo Hotel? So remember, colleagues, the conversation was including a commercial line, a line for commercial demolitions. I'm sorry, a line item for commercial demolitions, because we found out that we have not had that. We've only had a line item for residential demolition and residential grass and weed. And so one of the things was to add some money into the commercial line item. And what what Mr. Keaton did in the department plan, they gave us a breakdown of 2.3 for all 45 commercial properties that have been declared a nuisance. And I believe it was 1.3 million for the 11 top properties that have been declared a nuisance, and that also includes Oyo Hotel. Am I correct in that assessment planning?
That is correct.
All right.
Mr. Banks?
Yes.
All right, so the question becomes, where do we find this money? And so Ms. Timms, I believe, mentioned earlier that there are $900,000 worth of salaries that are not used, that haven't been used in plan. What page is that on? Oh, throughout their thing. Give me a hint on where it kind of is.
Was it on your sheet?
It's what, I'm sorry? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I think she.
Thank you, Mr. Foote. Okay, okay, thank you.
He can use his mic, please.
I'm sorry, it's page 239 under Planning and Development Personal Service. There obviously is a gap here between what had been budgeted, 192,000, and what has been spent through the end of July was 103,000. So there's a gap there. I haven't had a chance to check every page yet. Looks like there's a modest gap.
So that
on page-
900,000 is available? Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Where is it?
So for planning and development knowledge, we asked for how many funded positions that are not filled. And so there is, in the Department of Plan and Development, information given to us by Finance Administration, there are 20 vacant positions And those 20 vacant positions equal 903,000. So I guess what we're looking at is if we defunded those positions, or if we took some of those vacant positions to help meet some of the one-time costs or some of the other in perpetuity needs, if that was possible, and what that looks like for you if we were to make such a decision.
Because they shouldn't be.
So the first question, how everybody doing? I've been sitting here listening in with Yika. The first question is, does that 900,000 take into account all the different open positions within planning? So you also will be talking about J-Trend. You also will be talking about housing and community development. Those are two entities that are not directly affected with the conversation we're having right now. That's my first question. The other one is we did take into account the open positions. So if we do reduce those positions, then you're reducing our overall ask per se. We were aware that we needed to fill some roles. I think we had like 4 or 5 open code enforcement officer, but that was not just for code enforcement. You had rental registration and some other inspectors. So I just wanted to make that clear that what's available, we are aware of it, and we've been trying to staff up, but we have considered that into our overall ask. So my first question to Ms. Sharon is that 900,000 indicative of it across the entire planning department, or are we just talking about code enforcement? If we're talking about housing and community development, J-Trend and other departments is not. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
It is across the entire planning department. We were just asked how many vacancies each department had.
So I would like to ask if we can
Yeah, you have some
I'm sorry.
you only have 3 that's in 085.
And Sharon, let me ask, just for clarification, have this information been vetted through the division managers and the department heads to make sure we're not breaking something? Or are we just looking at numbers? Because some sections may be saying, hey, man, I just need this, this is a key person, it just happened to be vacant right now. And if I don't get
Everybody's
them,
going to
then-
tell you that, because we all need those positions. Because honestly, Mr. Hartley, this city has cut in positions so many times across the city
Right,
that everybody is down to bare minimums.
okay. I just want to make sure that we can do a little due diligence to make sure we don't totally break something in the process.
And that's why I said we may need to use some of it as a lag, because all the positions won't get hired at one time.
Okay.
Not use it all, it's just take an overall percentage of it, because you got people leaving, you got people coming in, and you're not gonna hire all of these people on October 1.
Thank you.
That's a good point. All right, so if you were helping us to propose a way to achieve the goals and the request that I believe some council members are going to put forth as an amendment, in doing that lab plan, is this enough to cover all of that? No, not at all. All right, so the question is, let's just deal strictly with planning right now. To meet the 750,000 vehicles, right? Where does that come from? That's what.
50,000?
I'm sorry.
Or
How much was it?
175 for vehicles.
75.
Oh, what to meet the? I'm sorry, to meet the $175,000 in vehicles for planning. That's one-time cost. To meet the salaries, which is in perpetuity, and then to meet the whichever one we're going to do, either the 2.3 or the 1.6 for the demolition line. Where are we getting the money? Any suggestions?
Do we have to have that full amount for, I mean, this is our first go-round with the demolishing the buildings. Do we have to have, can we reduce that in any way? What's the recommendation? In addition, I'd really like to see the state or the federal governments step up and help support that.
So let me ask you this: in your meetings with them, do they want to see before they prop up and support us financially, do they want to see capacity on the personnel side?
Personnel, yes.
Or do they want to see capacity and willingness as far as what we're budgeted to show that we're serious?
They want to see
Or maybe a little both?
seriousness on the personnel side. From what I took away from the meeting, that's what they want to see. And matter of fact, they want to see a track record of us over the last 4 years.
And so there's something, there's been a suggestion that they see the seriousness on the personnel side.
Yes.
They will help fund the line items to demo the properties.
I believe they will. I believe that they will either fund it, and again, I'm not going to speak directly for them, but I believe that they will support us in efforts to get money to get those properties demolished.
All right, so maybe we do a balance of both. Maybe to achieve, instead of the full 13, maybe we look at going to 7, and then maybe we look at putting, you know, 750,000 to $1 million in an account to start with that commercial demolition. Now remember this, either one of those, I think if you could do both at the same time shows a step, because just from my knowledge of government funding, one, government never fund dreams, but two, they want to see a holistic effort, and the holistic approach would mean that there's money for demo and there's money for the employees too. But I will say, Councilman Hardy and colleagues, I think that we're going in the right direction, because remember, this city has not had a line item for commercial demos at all, period. Go ahead, Councilwoman. I mean,
I look a lot like Mr. Foote.
Let me offer my 2 cents worth on
We're
it.
both
hold up.
I'd like to say that I think the most important thing in talking to these people at other levels in the city is the show of manpower, is the boots on the ground more than, so they realize we have limited dollars amount to throw at this, but I think what the thing most encouraging to them would be for us to say, we're hiring 13 officers, and then we're gonna, maybe not have as many technicians or the people on at the second tier initially, but I would go with the 13 officers and then the other resources as we can find them, because I think that's what they're really looking for.
Yeah, and
hold on. I just want to understand that you're saying hire 13 people, but then they basically won't have what they gonna do if there's no money for them to use? Because if you deploy 13 people,
well, it's going to take a while to hire 13 people, I think. But anyway, what we want to do is, that to me would be a top priority, would be the number of code enforcement officers.
Okay.
I have two quick points. One is, those questions concerning personnel was specifically asked of myself and Sergeant Brunson, okay, with code enforcement. Okay, and the second thing is, was any of that money that we allocated previously, during our discussion for buildings, is there any crossover here? We've already allocated some money. What's any of those buildings, would it be used to demolish?
So remember,
or are we talking two different things?
I think we're talking two different things.
Okay,
yeah,
that's fine.
Like for example, there is no line item for commercial demolition, all right? And there's a desire to get the Oyo Hotel. So this is what I'm hearing. Fund the 13 positions, but don't put the money there to tear down the hotel. Let me just say this. I hear you, but yeah, the suggestion would be, just in case it takes 6 months, some months, 8 months, should we at least give them the ability to prop up some type of holistic program? And as Jai and the Department of Planning, I think this is the question that you started with, what would it take to holistically set up to get his department where it needs to be to meet that threshold? Okay, all right, good with that. I think,
Councilman Lindsay.
yeah, Councilwoman Lindsay.
I just want to know, Mr. Banks, if how many of these commercial buildings can we logically tear down in 1 year? I mean, we've already run into major legal issues with the O Hotel. And I just can see this being not as quick as we think. And so perhaps we should realistically look at this from a legal standpoint about, can we do 5? Can we do 6? I mean, or can we only do 3 in a 12-month period? So that's a question I'd like to get
Planning.
some answer on.
Councilwoman Lindsay, what I would say to that is I think that the difference in between the Hotel O situation versus some of these other commercial properties is it was actually in operation to some degree, right? So a lot of these other commercial buildings, they're abandoned and have no type of activity. Not saying that we couldn't find ourselves in the same legal battle. I think that that's a legitimate position that you bring up. However, I think the Hotel O had an active owner that had people that was renting and living, and it was an active property. Most of these other commercial sites are not active properties. So, but you still raise a good point as relates to even outside of legalities. What would be the process? How realistically, how many commercial demos can we do per year? I think it's tricky answering that because every project is going to be a little bit different based on, different timelines and criterias. But I think that's a legitimate question. Can we do 11 in 1 year? Is there a need to budget for 11 in 1 year, or should we budget for 5 or 6? Just based off capacity and timeline.
Let me ask this question. This might help us get a little closer. Out of the 45, how many have judgment already been rendered on? In other words, there's some type of court order or judgment that says we could go and do it.
With active demolition cases.
Yeah, so I don't think that answers the question.
I think you get close with it.
We get close with it.
Are you muted?
No, I'm not. So, Councilman Banks, unfortunately, it's hard for me to answer that question right now. I do have a list of active demo cases, but those are not some of the bigger ones. Yeah. But now, where they are in the proceedings process, unfortunately, it's hard for me to answer that right now.
Yeah, I mean, if the answer is 0, it's 0. To help us understand what will be realistic to set aside, if we say, okay, well, look, I got 4 of them already that the judge has said we can go and tear it down tomorrow, then we can start with that.
Councilman Banks, this is Drew. I can speak up for some of this as well to help out. I don't have the list, and I'll rely on Jai for numbers, but I will say in terms of realistic expectations for abandoned commercial buildings, I think that you're looking at a process that, with where we are now, I think we've learned some things that we didn't have at our disposal previously, but I think we're looking at a 60 to 90-day process from beginning to being ready to demolish is a reasonable expectation for something that is pretty clearly a public menace.
Yeah, 2 to 3 months.
It won't be faster than that. Let's put it that way. I think 3 months is a reasonable expectation from beginning to end based on what we know now.
All right. So I guess at the end of the day, we would need a recommendation of what would need to be put into a commercial line item to get us started. And, the amount of employees, and everything. So while we are discussing this, is there an amendment that's being placed on the floor?
Amendment that needs to be placed on the floor for this.
All right, the amendment.
So, Banks, I apologize, Council.
Go ahead.
I apologize. I just got off the phone with a community improvement manager. She said it's about 5 or 6 of them that are ready to be demoed.
And how much?
6.
How much?
How much per day? It would depend on which ones. I didn't ask that question. It depends on which one.
Let me ask you this, Jai. Is that 6 within your top 11? That top 11 that you provided, is that 6 in there?
Yes, because that's the ones we've been focused on, was the top 11. Yes.
All right, and your top 11 is 1.3?
Yes.
So if we set aside $1 million,
I think we could do damage with $1 million and show some impact.
all right. Okay. So, all right, cool. So what's your amendment, Councilman Foot? And don't forget, you keep forgetting to turn your mic on.
So I recommend as an amendment that we hire 13 or bring the level of code enforcement officers up to 13 with supporting staff of 7 vehicles, one of which is a Ford F-150. And then there was, and the dollar amount was 2.0 million, 2 million.
All right, and did you want to add the line item for,
Building demolition.
Oh, the building demolition. Now, that's a different deal. It's a one-time expense as opposed to salary, so.
okay, so you want to do it separately?
I do that separately.
Okay.
Second.
All right, so you have a motion and a second on the floor. You said approximately $2 million to
Yeah.
the Department of Planning. Hold on. We might need, the vehicles are one-time purchase.
The vehicles are, yeah, that's one time.
Now, let's do this.
Okay.
Can we back the vehicles out and look at that going into that lease program? Is that possible? That master lease program that we under, all right. So let's back the vehicles out of there. Well, I get it.
So now the proposal by Mr. Keaton was for a total of 13. It wasn't 13 additional, right? Was it a total of 13?
Yes, that's correct. It's for 13 additional employees.
Oh, he's
It wasn't additional, was it? I think we're down to 3 right now. It was for 10 more. Is he asking for additional?
No, the numbers that I gave you is for a total of 13 additional employees.
Okay.
13 additional?
Total.
That is correct, but that does include support staff plus the code enforcement officers.
So it's 13 additional
positions.
Okay, and
Not
that's
just
for,
code.
and that came out to 2 million, but that included the vehicles?
That includes bringing the staff, the code enforcement staff up to a rate that's comparable, plus the 13 new, plus the vehicles.
All right, and if you back the vehicles out because of the lease program?
It's 175,000, I think it was.
So you back at your 1.8 million less the vehicles.
Okay. So my
with the vehicles 2 million, less the vehicles 1.8. I'm sorry.
So my recommendation is for the hire 13 new code enforcement officers and related staff, and the cost would be $1.8 million.
Okay, before we find it,
Okay.
I just had some clarification here. I'm hearing several things now. For his personnel, we're looking for 13 additional people or code officers. Does that include administrative staff? You said one time you need 5 administrators or research people. And so that's 8 more code officers. Is that what we're talking about? Just clarification.
So yes, it does include the support staff. Yes.
Okay, so people on boots on the ground is 8 additional.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Medbecker, you got a question?
Yes, I have a clarifying question to the planning department. So the 13 positions, what is the dollar amount that you've come up with? Because, and what I'm looking at here, the 1.8, was that for the 13 additional employees?
The 1.8 includes bringing the 20 current employees up to a reasonable wage, and then the 13 new employees plus, and that will make up the 1.8.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So you have a motion and a second, well, what,
It was a motion and a second.
okay, motion and second, but, so where's the money coming from?
One source would be the 900,000 in payroll that's, what's that? Okay, how much can I take then? A third?
Yeah. Because that, yeah. Yeah, so I think the list we looked at, the vacancy list they have, that does include code enforcement officers. Is that what, 5? About 5.
We're double counting there.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
We need to take all the money that's available for code enforcement officers, because that's what we're hiring.
Any
And the
suggestions?
percentage, the other part.
Any suggestions on where this money could come from? From the administration? Yeah. Any suggestions? No suggestions?
Yeah, and for me, I think I need to look a little bit more and also talk to the planning department.
All right, so are we going, or is there, any- make, let me just say, in doing this, remember the last time we did this, like, for example, we had to make amendments, we had to say like, okay, in order to achieve this, we cut 3% from this department, 10%. That's where we are.
Yeah, okay.
You know,
So we need about $1 million.
well, that's just this. We ain't even got the fire department and police.
Can we, Rob, Paul to pay Peter here? In other words, we have some Zurich money over there. Is there any other program that's, have money available that could be used for that and we use their money? I'm just trying to find a way around it if there's a pot of money out
It
there.
would have to be in perpetuity money. There's Zurich money is one-time money. So the one-time money, you might could do it for a vehicle or
Okay.
stuff like that.
So we need, we have a need for 13 positions. We don't have 13 positions around the city that we can use. I'm asking anybody that has an answer.
I bet we
They're
do.
already funded. 3 of them are already funded because they're funded in the budget by the planning department, and they're supposed to be code enforcement officers.
Okay, I'm looking at a list here that Ms. Timms provided, and it shows on item number 2, how many funded positions not filled. We already exited out the fire department, the police department, public works, 27 vacancies equal to 1.4 million. General government, 8 vacancies, 500,000. Planning and development, 20 vacancies. Park, 17, summer program, 1, zoo, 1, information technology, 20 vacancies. Can we get 13 vacancies somewhere on this sheet?
That is what they depend on us to tell them.
Okay.
And we know even less. So I'm asking that question.
So the best thing to do is, you remember like last year when we got reduced, we just said, okay, cut 3% from here, cut 10% from here. I'll tell you what, because it's been a long day too. Yeah.
Question, I may be looking at this wrong, but this zoo, I'm sorry. The zoo, one vacancy at the zoo, salaries plus fringes. The 245,500, what should it be? Do you know? Well, it says just one vacancy at the zoo.
Was that the 17? The one I texted you about yesterday, Sharon, I think you said 17.
So instead of $250,000, it's 17.
No, the number, instead of one vacancy, I think it was 17.
17?
Yeah.
So that's 6 vacancies. Okay, all right.
Okay, thank you.
My point is, look like we have over 100 positions here somewhere. We can't find 13.
that would be something that, yeah,
I think,
that'd be something on the front end that should have been done when they say tell departments cut by such and such percent. I mean, now we're at the point, and I'm tired, um, and I'm at the point to just make or start asking recommendations of percentages that we need to see what will become available if we cut percentages from certain departments and go down the list. Uh, and I could start off with a general.
Mr. Banks,
Yeah.
before you do that, since we're buying vehicles, can council members get vehicles?
Not during an election year.
All right.
After you're reelected, that's when you get your vehicle.
All right. Madam President, I think we're at a place where, we got two places. We got, from what we are being told, maybe 4.1 million in fund balance that we could.
I thought it was 4.9, no.
I mean, 4.9 million
Okay.
roughly in fund balance that we could absorb, which is not healthy, or we can start making cuts. But if we're going to do it, we're trimming fat that we don't know of, and so I think the best direction to do is to give the percentages. And so, I mean, mayor's office 50%, CFO's office 50%, CAO's office 50%, IT 25%, human and cultural services 10%. Is somewhat of a place to help us get there, and I would like to hear thoughts on what we think. I mean, so I think we need the math on what if we cut the mayor's office by 50%, CAO's office by 50%, CFO and finance office by 50%, IT by 25%, and human and cultural service by 10%. Then we might see somewhere we can start, since we got a lot of invisible money and everything else.
I'd like to add, Mr. Banks, that if we do decide we have to cut, I do think that we should make at least some reasonable cut within our own department.
Absolutely. I agree. You're absolutely right. We need to make some cut within, but maybe we start there to get the information needed on where we begin, because we're going to have to make cuts. All right. Any questions or comments? When can we get this information? Yeah, what it would look like if we made those cuts. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Banks, Mr. Malenbecker said that he needed a little time to look through the list of vacancies to come up with, the funding for these 13, well, it'd be less than 13, because there are 10 positions that we need money for 10 additional positions for code enforcement, because we've got 3 vacancies, right? 3 vacancies.
Three of their 20 vacancies
are already budgeted for. So we need an additional 10.
Yeah.
Okay, so he said he needs a little time to look at where he can find those 10 positions. I would like to suggest that perhaps we recess until in the morning and give him time.
Do we have a call meeting in the morning? No, we don't. So we have to recess again. All right. Yeah, I think so. And I agree.
I think we're all tired.
We are. And I think this is where we are, that we've made some things clear. So hopefully we'll get the information and the help needed to get to where we need to go. With that being said, we stand in recess.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
One quick question. While you're looking, Mr. Malenbecker, I would really appreciate some insight and some direction on where we can find these raises for the police department, because I really don't want to have to go to fund balance for it.
Yeah, and quite frankly, what would be helpful is to understand, what we're trying to accomplish in terms of the list. Because I think what's going to happen here is, as you provide this, we'll work on numbers, and then we come back, and then a new list is developed. Ideally, just getting some direction in terms of, here are the things.
Did we share this?
Yeah, she sent that to me
So, yeah,
yesterday evening.
these
So
are
all that.
all
Okay.
those requests.
All right.
All those requests.
Thank you.
All right. Anything else? Say, Red? All right, we stand at recess to 10 in the morning.